Okay, everyone, today is January 23rd, 2019. Hold on, just check. 1 o'clock, whatever. Today's entry is going to be, what is today's entry? Let's see, I have it written down. And it's going to be, I didn't write a lot down, so I'm just going to wing it. I'm sure you've heard a lot of my video diary blog entries, and most of them have been starting at a young age, which I have tons to talk about, and I still only really made it sort of up to 16, showing these elaborate operations. And like I said before, my goal is to start from 5 years old and work my way up, showing these patterns of behaviors and terror operations to remove me from society, which are really kill operations. Just a kid turned 5, we don't like him, we're gonna put him down like a dog for some reason, right? Showing and establishing the foundation and building up as I get older and older to more and more people coming after me with these operations, and trying to cover up each and everything by making up lies that Kevin's a horrible monster and he did this and he did that, blah, blah. Always leaving out, even though there's nothing I've really done to begin with, but always leaving out, look what we're doing to this guy, which is the entire argument. If you're sitting there and you're being stalked and hunted from person after person, and then their argument is you don't tell anyone or we're going to kill you, and larger mass groups. We're not talking one psychotic murderer. We're talking larger and larger mass groups all saying you don't tell anyone or we kill you, starting at the age 5. Now, I didn't know this was going on up until 29, and then not really being able to comprehend what the hell is going on up until 38. But what I'm trying to talk about, which is left out to the world, is all the things that they're doing to stalk me, hunt me, and then try to cover up, saying, look, he's a horrible monster, he needs to be killed, and then the next group doing the same thing, and 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 no matter how many people you tell, they say, you don't tell anyone or we kill you. Well, if you're sitting there and your entire life is we're going to hunt you down and kill you, and you don't tell anyone or we kill you, that's all you really need to know. But that's not how their worldwide propaganda is being disseminated. Their worldwide propaganda is, look, he's a horrible monster. Look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. Blah, blah, blah. Lorraine Escar is what he's up to in the privacy of his own home. Yeah, what is he up to? I don't fucking know. Because I'm up to the same thing as everyone else in the world is up to. The difference is that they're hunting me down with every resource known to man to hunt, stalk, hurt, harm, maim, kill, set up, make me look like a violent, paranoid schizo, you name it, all with psychology degrees and working with the psychology community, police, government, NSA, FBI, to try to immobilize, torture, kill in such a way that looks fairly invisible and makes it look like you're a horrible person, while building larger and larger worldwide armies with psychological warfare operations to kill me, right? And so it's important so that I start from the beginning so the world understands what really is going on, because all the information illegally disseminated on these government secret propaganda systems are all fiction and fantasy based on what someone wants the world to see. Hence, why it's called propaganda. It's a one-sided argument to the entire planet, which is based on strategic operations to kill someone. Nobody tells you that it's wrong to tell someone what's going on. And if you do, especially the police, you're normally not hunted by the police to have you killed. The police's job is to make sure that, to protect and serve, everyone is safe. Right? That's what my tax dollars pay. Now, they'll work some argument like, we didn't accept his tax money, so he didn't pay his taxes once in his entire lifetime, even though I've paid my taxes my entire life. But even if I didn't pay my taxes, it's not something that there's worldwide campaigns to kill someone over. Okay? So, and that applies to everything, all their arguments. He went on a date, he farted, so he abused a girl, and he's fucking with a girl because he farted on the date, so there's a worldwide campaign to kill him. Doesn't make any sense, right? So that's why I feel it's important to start from the very beginning and show that this actually starts at 5 years old and goes from person to person. And the more I tell someone what's going on, or don't, it doesn't even matter, they just keep progressing to larger and larger worldwide operations to have me killed. But today I'm going to sort of go to the present, which I would like to do. But I think before I start talking about the present, it really is important to talk about the past, because they're just going to say, oh, well, you did this and you did that, so I don't care, and we're going to kill you. I don't care what you have to say, we're going to kill you, right? So the argument has to start at the very beginning. Or, for example, Mr. Quigley, my English teacher, telling me to hit Paul Schaefer, which didn't work, at 16, in setup operations, setup attempts to exterminate me. Today, though, I'm going to talk about the present. And what was my topic? It was, let's see. Today's topic is not allowed to go to therapy on my own, only allowed to go after falsely convicted. Okay, that's important. Because I heard things from criminal sheriffs like, oh, take responsibility for your life, with their little angry rage. But, okay, wait, what does that mean? You turn 29, you find out there's a worldwide extermination operation with the police, and you tell people, and they say, you don't tell anyone, or we're going to kill you while we're hunting you down to kill you. Well, I don't see how that has to do with responsibility for your life at all. I mean, that's like saying to a Jew that Adolf Hitler is basically putting up against the wall and going to blow their fucking brains out, going, take responsibility for your life or we're going to blow your brains out, so kiss my ass and lick the shit out of my butt crack, or I'm going to blow your brains out. Oh, you didn't take responsibility for your life, now I'm going to blow your brains out, right? No matter what is going on, they're going to blow your brains out, right? So, things they don't want me talking about is like Brian Weaver bullying Ryan Hirsch one day of his life and then pinning it on me, saying I bullied Ryan Hirsch and somehow applying that to me kissing a black girl at 8 years old, which they're telling the world I'm a white supremacist because I kissed a black girl, which doesn't make any sense. Then somehow after that, them using Ryan Hirsch, the last name Hirsch, you get it, trying to say that, well, Kevin bullied Ryan Hirsch because something about a black girl, and it's Kevin who's acting out in anger and rage because he didn't get his way, or this or that, or some random, crazy, trumped-up psychological analysis based on murderers with psychology degrees. Oh, gee, who has psychology degrees? My mother, father, and brother. You get the idea. And from that, you can derive that because I'm being hunted down by worldwide support for no reason at all, because Brian Weaver bullied Ryan Hirsch one day in 8th grade, and they both told the principal, I bullied Ryan Hirsch. It's very strange, but you can see how these strategic psychological warfare operations are happening. Okay, so today is about the psychology community saying you need help and you have a problem because you found out we're hunting you down at 29 to kill you. Okay? Well, yeah, that's a big fucking problem, but I don't know what the fuck that has to do with psychology, right? Or getting help or anything else. The only help to being hunted down and killed is to not be hunted and killed, and putting a stop to being hunted and killed, and whatever their method of killing someone, in this case it's psychological warfare, is psychological warfare, then almost didn't really get into an accident at all, but that's something Sean Dinsey can use against me to have me rid of the world. That you just saw it there. I'm a reckless driver. Okay, so and now I shouldn't be allowed to talk on a video camera while driving. Right? That's how all these things play out. Okay, psychology. I turned 29. And I noticed all these freaky things are going on worldwide. And I met with Mike Huntley. You're a dead man, we're going to kill you with the police. Although it wasn't worded directly like that. It was worded, Mike Huntley, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with. Now remember, Mike Huntley was introduced to me at around 14, introducing me to his friend Melody the stripper, who I bounced for a couple of bachelor parties in my family. Apparently went irate because not only did they not like that, even though I didn't tell them, which is pretty harmless to begin with, and who would care? But what they were doing was, it's kind of like, hey, do you want a cookie? Sure. And then it's, oh, you ate the cookie, you committed a crime, so now we're going to hunt you and kill you. You know what you did. Well, I don't know what I did, because it's not illegal to eat a cookie. And why did you give me the cookie to begin with? So you gave me the cookie to justify hunting me down and trying to kill me, saying eating cookies is illegal, and you've committed the crime of the end-all be-all of crimes, right? Well, eating a cookie isn't a crime. It's a crime to say, if you eat a cookie, I'll kill you, right? So, that's the point, is that all the things we are seeing worldwide are based on things that nobody could care less about. Officer Toro, you're not allowed to take a picture. If you ever take a picture of a person, I'll exercise the law in your own way. Mike Wexler's introduced to me by my brother at University of Colorado. Let's go on a road trip, and you're not allowed to take pictures of people. That was back in 95, 96. Why am I not allowed to take pictures of people? And he's working all these angles, how he has a lockpick set, and he's going to show me it, trying to hint about me and get these confessions that don't make any sense. Like he's trying to guilt me into these false confessions and things like this. Of course, I didn't know that was going on. Some of the other things from Mike Wexler, introduced to me through my brother at University of Colorado, telling me that it's okay to hit people in the street because you have the right of way. Just weird things like that. And somehow that's supposed to apply to me, right? Well, if you're friends with someone who's telling you weird shit like that, how does that apply to you? I didn't say it. He said it. And even though he said it, doesn't necessarily mean that he's out plowing people, but it sure as hell doesn't mean I've done anything wrong. So you get the idea that none of these things make sense. They're just sort of putting words in my mouth, right? They're putting words in my mouth. Example, Tom Farley will say, well, I said that people are stupid. Well, even though I never said that, who would care less? People do say things like that, and nobody cares. But they're doing it for these like psychological profiling things, right? Like, he'll make up the lie, and then there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, going, well, you said this, but who cares? And who cares whether I said it or not, right? If I did say it, how does that go worldwide, right? It only goes worldwide if something highly illegal is going on. Whether I said it or not is really irrelevant, but I didn't say it. But either way, it still doesn't negate the fact that they're doing these things. We're going to kill you because you farted. We're going to kill you because when you're young you ate a steak, and I don't want you eating a steak. You have to become a vegan or we'll kill you, right? My father's big thing was steaks. the point is that I make it up till 29, surprisingly, not knowing what's going on. I'm in an office with Mike Huntley, sent after me at 14 to 29, working every angle with my father and mother, right? So Mike Huntley wants me to move back from Colorado with a couple of classes short. Of graduating. Now, what they do is they put on the pure pressure. My mother, father, and Mike Huntley all working together, conspiring together. Example. I'm at University of Colorado. I have 2 classes left. It's going to take me a whole nother semester to complete that. Maybe a couple semesters, actually. And it doesn't make much sense off the top, but what you have to understand is I needed a Spanish 3 class, and in order to do that, I'd have to retake probably Spanish 1 and 2, right? You get the idea. So Mike Huntley calls me up. Remember, I've known him for 25 years. He's not some random one of my brother's friends that came from nowhere. I went off to college. I asked him if he would take care of my lizard. I think I called the lizard Boots. It was no, not a lizard, a monitor. Salvador, no, not a Salvador monitor. It was and it wasn't a tegu. I can't remember what it was, but it was one of those lizards that goes to like 6 feet. A monitor, not a lizard, like a little mini alligator. And the point I'm making is that I was friends with Mike Huntley, although he was sent after me, right? Okay, so Mike Huntley, calls me up and says, Kevin, you know, if you move back after you graduate, and now, you know, I'm skipping back to how old was I? Mid-20s, right? I don't want to go too much detail, but he wanted me to move back to start a company with him, and at the same time, my mother calls, obviously coordinating these things, conspiring, and she says, Kevin, you should walk the graduation, and then finish your classes locally, and then send in the credits to the University of Colorado, and do it that way. And it seemed like a good idea at the time, and it's not really right or wrong. And at the same time, my father called, and you know, out of the blue he called. I didn't call him. He called me with his reel you in tactic, I want to rid you of the world, having me move in while he's getting married to Janet Nordet in operations to make it look like I'm trying to get rid of his wife and things like that, right? I'm just checking to see if my camera is still recording, because I don't see the light blinking because the sun's out and this phone's jamming up. Let me make sure this is still recording. Jesus. Wow. Okay, you're connected. Yeah, okay, good, we're still recording. So the point is that there's manipulation. My father steps in, Kevin, you should move in with me, I'll let you stay here for a year, and at the same time he's getting married to Janet Nordet right when I move back. Interesting, right? And now my father has a whole history of trying to make it look like I'm trying to get rid of all his women and things like that. So, because he seems to be mad because they got divorced. He divorced my mother, and he's mad at me for some reason. Like, it's my fault he got divorced. I don't know. They're just nuts. They're psychotics. And so, okay, so I don't know that my family that supposedly loves me is staging these frame jobs and set up operations and this and that. Because why would you? And so I moved back, and after this shit hits the fan at 30 years old, all the lawyers worldwide are asking me questions like, why did I move back from Colorado? Did I graduate? And this and that. And it was all linked. Well, why do they have this information? First of all, it's insignificant information that nobody could care less about, first of all, but they're using it against me on these strategic character attacks. I don't want to help you with little messages about you moving back from Colorado, hinting that, well, you're a criminal because you walked the graduation and then moved back. Well, yeah, my mother said this is what I should do. It seems pretty harmless. Nobody's really going to care this way or that way unless something beyond any level of demented that you can fathom is going on. So, okay, whatever. So I take the bait because there's no crime there and it's not anything that anyone's normally going to care about. Little did I know what they were doing. So I moved back. We started a company for like 6 years, me and Mike Huntley, called Signet, and an internet host provider. And at 29, at the end of that relationship, it was back to what I was saying. I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with. You had better live a careful life. Have a good life now. Well, nobody tells you that unless they're hunting you down, trying to destroy your life. Tim Thompson in the office, who wants to build adult websites, which I was already doing, changes from I want to build adult websites to, well, you built adult websites, didn't you? As some kind of punishment for doing nothing wrong. Mike Huntley's putting papers on my desk about South Korea making people mentally ill to control them, as if people make people mentally ill to control them. They don't. They make people mentally ill to kill them or rid them of the world. And Mike Huntley's walking around the office singing World of Paranoia over and over. And I'm finding out that all these people from IRC all around the world are connected with Mike Huntley and my family in these operations to exterminate me, turning all these situations around on me. And I haven't even gotten to IRC and the barrage of 10 years of hunting me to kill me on IRC from 1994 to 2000 or whatever, till now, even though I don't really talk on IRC because it's an ancient technology and way outdated. Okay, so 29, you're finding out that every person you're in contact with wants you dead and gone. You're sort of looking back at your life and realizing that's really strange. The girl in Simi Valley knew me and was angry. The person in this city was angry. And you're starting to sort of put some puzzle pieces together, which they didn't want me doing, right? And they play this game like, if you look back at your past, you suffer from obsession and you need to die because you're crazy. Yeah, well, that's not crazy. That's human genetics. And once you realize something demented's going on, you wonder what the hell's going on. Okay, so my point. Remember, these psychological warfare and mental illness operations were going on since 5 years old. 5 years old, my father took me to see the movie by Ralph Bakshi, Wizards, which I have another earlier entry, and talking about wizards and the good brother and the evil brother, and how my brother was told to sort of reenact parts from the movie to try to make me look crazy as if I conform to media and things like this, to make it look like I conform to media, I'm not well grounded, and I'm a violent paranoid schizo with all sorts of motive. Like at 16, me stopping him from bashing Gregoire's head in with a crowbar by jumping in the way, and him giving me the blood is thicker than water speech, and how he and his friends made a teacher mentally ill and put them in a mental institution, and then started in on me, how they have bugs in my room, and they're listening to everything I do. Remember, that key word, me and my friends. Okay, well, he and his friends, Mike Huntley was introduced to me through my brother. Mike Wexler was introduced to me in Colorado through my brother, right? Okay. So, Mike Huntley, why did Mike Huntley spend 25 years? And what was Mike Huntley? Why did Mike Huntley want me to move back and start a company with him? Well, it's that psychotic, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. We're going to keep reeling you in to get you close, to work on you with newer and newer angles, to rid you of the world. Okay, so 29, my good 25-year friend just goes from I'm your really good friend and let's make money and do all these wonderful things to I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with and have a good life now. Well, that's all you really need to know. He had motive, he had premeditation, he was hunting me down. It all links to my brother, which my mother and father seem to favor him more, and it's okay to kill me over. Okay, right? The murdering Jason Perlman is a good person, and Kevin Perlman, who's trying to live his life, finds out he's being hunted for extermination, and my family are on the side of, we're going to hunt you and kill you. Hence, Mike Huntley sort of coming into my life when they thought that I knew what was going on and things like that. You don't talk or we kill you, right? Actually investing 6 years at that point with Signet to hunt me and kill me. Okay, well now, how many people here have you met or talked to that knew someone that spent their entire life being paid off to get you close to them to have you killed, right? Close to none? Maybe once in a blue moon. But almost, if you were to ask, if you know someone, you would probably say, no, I don't know anyone that's ever happened to. Yet, I'm here to tell you that every person I've ever been in contact with had the same motive and agenda. Now that's strange, showing that these are government kill operations. Because normally the police would say that's unacceptable. Okay, so, the point I'm getting across is that with my family starting in on me, trying to show me media and trying to reenact parts of media and use media to try to send me hidden messages and this and that, what is it they wanted? Well, they wanted to try to put me in a situation where I go, something's really wrong. That was their motive and agenda. So, my point is that this is all premeditated, and my family, with their psychology degrees, kept working on me all day and night with worldwide support to put me in a position where I go, something's really fucked up. Why? Because they want to make it look like I have paranoia or suffered some kind of mental break or this or that by finding out something's really wrong. Now remember, everything these people do to me, they don't care. Mike Huntley's sentences, they don't think have any merit or of any importance. Well, that's pretty damn strange. Especially the police. Where am I going? Okay, so my point is, they were trying to push me to see a therapist and say, oh, our son had a psychotic break or this or that, and blah, 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 so that they could dictate or do things. Maybe it was, I'm going to force you on medication because I just feel more comfortable if you're on medication. I mean, whatever, right? But that's not how things normally work. Normally if you feel that you have a problem, you go to a therapist and you say, this is happening, I feel depressed, so I want medication. That's normally how it happens. Not, you're this, you're that, you're the other thing, and you need medication, and if you don't, we're going to kill you. Because that says that you don't need medication. They do. So, my point is that this was all strategically planned out from the age 5. That's my point. Now, at 29, my mother starts playing the game of like, oh, something's wrong, and blah, 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 and you're suffering from paranoia. I just happen to have a list of psychologists and psychiatrists that you should see. And of course, like today, they've all been approached saying, don't let him talk about what's going on. Just keep making up lies and keep trying to make him look crazy. So the first one I went to at 29, their name was Susan Donner, and Susan Donner could not give jack shit about anything about my health, about my life. She kept saying weird, crazy things, like, I would say, look, these situations need to be talked about in detail, and the devil's in the details. You can't just throw some weird label based on information that you don't know. And she would say weird things like, well, no, it's not the devil and the devil's in the details, it's the angels in the details. And the reason she was saying that was because they were trying to make it look like I'm some weird religious fanatic who's not well grounded and all this heaven and hell weird craziness. Why? Well, it's just the next thing they were working on, right? With a guy named Eric Christensen and things like that, sent after me at Southern Oregon State around 29. So Susan Donner started to realize that I could see through the bullshit. And that's a big no-no in my life. They want full control, and they don't want honesty and me talking about my life and reality. They want to control every aspect of my life and every situation. So then Susan Donner starts telling me weird things like, well, you're harassing waitresses. But wait, how does Susan Donner know what I'm doing outside of her office, even though I'm not? But my point is that information is being disseminated to Susan Donner and everyone else worldwide with the propaganda, right? So before you ever go to the therapist, they're given their so-called laundry list of lies that I'm a horrible monster. Wait, well, isn't that a little unethical? Because if I'm going to a therapist, I'm going to tell them about my life. And that's how it works. Not, this is who you are. Wait, if you meet someone and you've never met them, and they keep saying this is how you are and that's unacceptable and it's your behavior, you would say what? You would say, I've never met you. I've never met you. How do you know what my behavior is or any aspect of my life? Oh, because you were told? Well, let me tell you, if someone's going around telling every person worldwide this and that about you behind your back, I'm talking every person worldwide. I'm not talking about some gossipy drama with a couple of people in their social circle. I am talking strangers in Alaska, in Las Vegas, in Japan, in India. Well, that type of person that disseminates information like that to the world, they're not honest people to begin with. They're disseminating it because they want you dead and gone, and that type of person isn't an honest person, and they're going to say whatever they need to say to have you killed, right? Okay, so the way the information is being disseminated is based on psychotic murderers. What was one of the things Mike Huntley said to me at 29? I said something like, what the fuck is going on? And he started quoting lines from Crocodile Dundee, and the lines were like, I can't remember the exact line, but it was something like, oh, well, when so-and-so has a problem, I tell Wally, and Wally tells the rest of the town, and no more problem. Well, what Mike Huntley was saying is, I'm spewing out bullshit about you to the world because I don't like you. And the way he said it was sort of a cryptic message, like, this is what we're doing to you, and it's your fault. Right? Okay, so, you go to the therapist, but they're not going to help you. I mean, it's obvious, because anyone can see through that, right? Especially a therapist. A 10-year-old can see through that. So, if a 10-year-old can see through it, whatever. So, it's blatantly obvious what's going on, right? Okay, so, where was I? So you get the idea of what's going on. They're intentionally trying to make me look crazy and then say, it's your behavior and you need to go to a therapist because you found out what's going on, but that's not the way they're wording things. What they're wording things is, oh, you just suffered from some kind of mental break and you need help. Now, Susan Donner was playing this lame-ass game, how some virus crept up at 29, 30 years old and I magically turned into a schizophrenic. Okay, well, schizophrenia doesn't work that way, okay? Schizophrenia is based on genetics and this and that, and blah, blah. Viruses don't crawl up in you like the movie Venom, okay? Now she starts querying me whether I or not I am harassing waitresses. Meanwhile, at the same time, Tom Farley keeps telling me to harass waitresses, which don't work, so you could connect the dots. And how's Tom Farley, who was introduced to me at 8 years old, running around telling the world that I supposedly saw an alien light, like the movie Phenomenon, when I never said I saw an alien light. He walked into his adjoining bathroom with Sean Farley, saying, look, an alien light. I never said it. He said it, and then he went out telling the world that I said it. Right? Okay. Now remember, these things are all day and night and given out to the world. None of which are true. The world. Okay, not some little gossip or drama. The world. And nothing's ever asked or addressed. To this day, at 46, nothing has been asked or addressed. Just cover-up lies. So now where are we? I'm supposed to get help from people that don't want to help me. They have an agenda. And the agenda are basically kill operations to try to make me look crazier and crazier, saying you don't put salt on your food, you don't go to coffee shops, you don't hug women, you don't ask women out with tattoos, whatever, right? It just changes from thing to thing. Or we'll kill you. And how are they going to kill me? With unconventional psychological warfare tactics. And it doesn't matter what you do, everything is a crime. You went on a date, you farted, it's your behavior, we're going to kill you. Okay, so I go through a few therapists and I realize that they've all been contacted and they won't help me. Right? So what are you supposed to do? So now, years go by, and maybe I'm 30, 38, and my website is starting to come online. But before that, I was trying to write a book. I was hiring people off the internet to help me write a book, like ghostwriters, and the police and mass communities didn't want me writing a book. Okay, well, wait. How many people do you know that are told they're not allowed to write a book about their lives? Now, I don't care if you think someone's crazy or not, they have the fucking right to write a book about their lives. Or, let me rephrase that. Even if you are crazy, why wouldn't you have a right to write a book about your life? Right? Okay. Well, what does that tell you? It tells you that someone doesn't want you talking. Just like the death threats on video. You're a snitch. You're dead. Okay. Well, why is that? Because these things all link to all my brother's road rage shit that they were pinning on me, me stopping my brother from bashing Greg Wall's head in with a crowbar, whatever. It goes from thing to thing. And the more setup and frame job attempts I see them working on me, the more I talk about it, the more they want me dead, but at no point do they ever stop doing these things to me. And when I say they is now worldwide since 1994, and my brother introduced me to the internet. Okay, well first keep in mind that the internet was originally government systems, and it trickled down from government to college. Okay, just remember that. Okay, so now they stop me from writing books and contacting all the writers and telling them not to help me, just like the programmers to try to make money, things like that. So eventually I put up a website, because enough's enough. You know, from 29 to 38, enough is enough watching worldwide campaigns to kill you. Oh, but you can't do that. It's your behavior, because nobody wants to see a website that says, I'm being targeted. How dare I? Well, that's not my fault. That's their fault for refusing to address their insecurities or issues, right? We're going to hunt you and kill you. You're a bad person. We're going to hunt you and kill you. Okay, well, if you believe I'm a bad person, don't tell me to come back to Colorado and live at your house while you're trying to set me up and frame me. That's my father with Janet Nordet. Mike Huntley, don't tell me to start a company with him, and all these things, right, if I'm such a bad person. Now they're going to say, I'm going after them. I'm doing all these horrible things to them. Yeah, right, whatever. And the psychology community is all going to help try to cover this up. Okay, so finally around 38, I call a therapist named Corrine Eshigan in Woodland Hills. And she doesn't like my dialogues. This is what's going on. My father hired me to work at his company. He's saying I'm trying to take over the company and doing these horrible things while I'm under full-scale attack to have me killed by my father with his entire office, showing that my father is intentionally reeling me in to, once again, to get me close, to rid me of the world. Of course, I can't really put all the puzzle pieces together because this is so incredibly big and insane. It's unheard of. And you don't know what the hell's going on because things are coming from all directions from strangers worldwide. So where does it start? Where does it end? Who's doing it? It's just very strange. So the website starts to go up. I start talking to Corrine Eshigan. I start mentioning to her things about what my father's doing to me in his office, things about I'm trying to make money to get away, but they keep contacting people worldwide, stopping me from getting away from him. I mentioned him putting the shock collars on Rhoda, his dog, or locking Maggie, his English sheepdog, in the cage for half its life when it could have been running around the backyard. Why didn't he want the dog running around the backyard? He puts the cage in the backyard. Well, that's kind of strange, isn't it? The dog that looks like the Shaggy DA when I was 4 years old movie dog. And ironically, Rhoda, the Rhodesian Ridgeback with his double meaning, is also the name of the girl in the movie 1946 Bad Seed, who she's like a 10-year-old killing people. Now you might ask, Kevin, how do you even know of the movie 1946 The Bad Seed and the girl's name is Rhoda? Well, that's because Kelly Hatch, who was sent after me to follow me up from Calabasas High to Southern Oregon State College, wanted me to see the movie The Bad Seed, hinting about Rhoda, while working with the police stalking me, hinting that I'm the bad seed and things like that, right? Hence my dad naming the dog Rhoda and putting shock collars on Rhoda, and then the LAPD sending Rhodey Morales after me, telling the world that I had supposedly killed someone when Rhodey Morales was involved with the LAPD to catch a murderer, which I have newspaper clippings of. Okay? Now, if you don't think these are beyond any level of well-crafted operations with the psychology community, then I would have to say you're crazy with the amount of situations just like this one that I can rattle off. Okay. Corrine Eshigan gets mad that I know too much. And she starts working with the police and Officer Sean Dinsey in these setup and frame job operations to rid me of the world. Now wait. Right now at 46, the police are running around saying you need to go get therapy. Phone call. Okay, phone was ringing. Okay, so.
Starting normal recording.
Where was I? What the hell? Where was I? Corrine Eshigan. Okay, so the point is that Corrine Eshigan started working with Officer Sean Dinsey, stalking me, which Officer Sean Dinsey and Officer Jensen and many others have been working on me my whole life to hunt me and have me killed and try to keep me silenced. But the point is that when I went to therapy on my own, the police got mad and ramped up their attacks. Okay? And I told everyone that I won't take responsibility for my life, which you can't anyways, because these are worldwide murder operations, and I'm not the one with the problem, they are. Because if I run around going, see that person, they're crazy, I'm going to hunt them and kill them, that person's life gets destroyed because they're being hunted. And what does that have to do with therapy? Nothing. It has to do with murder operations and crimes. But remember, these are the police saying, we're going to hunt you down and you don't talk, especially if you go to a therapist. So, I went to Corrine. She was working with a lawyer. She wanted to contact my lawyer, Jonathan Franklin, and at the time I figured, well, it might be good for a therapist to work with a lawyer so that the lawyer can understand the situation, but of course, she was deeply involved in trying to cover up these mass crimes with the psychology community, right? And this is, okay, so now, wait, I thought this was about me getting help so I can have a good life, but get help, but don't tell them what's going on, right? You're a snitch, you're dead. And remember, I've had several death threats with people working with psychologists. They're going to have me killed, following me to Starbucks and things like that, saying you better not talk and things like this. And all that's on video, by the way. Because once you realize that the police aren't going to stop hunting you down to have you killed, and you keep showing them, telling them or showing them, look what's going on, you realize that they're just coming after you no matter how good of a person you are. Because nobody behaves that way, especially the police. So after Corrine Eshigan, there were some arrests in 2016 by Officer Jensen, and Dinsey was his lackey partner, which I called internal affairs on, and I made a mistake of, my lawyer telling me shit that didn't make, my lawyer manipulating me into situations, Jonathan Franklin, like telling me, well, I don't want to say anything that gets a police officer fired. Well, wait, so if a police officer is hunting you down to kill you, you don't want him fired, you want to come after me, right? So you understand how big this is, right? So I took the plea bargain, which was a mistake because everything was worded in bullshit, and it ended up getting wiped off my record, even though first these were tiny little misdemeanors, and Officer Jensen was trying to throw in things like you assaulted someone by throwing a business card at them. Okay, well, even though that's not true, even if I did throw a business card at someone, how is that assaulting them? I mean, what's next? I tried to kill someone with a feather. Did I hit someone with a feather? Right? You know what I'm saying? Those are things that people would laugh their ass off in court. But they kept piling on charges like that, and stealing my money, $2,500 per these little misdemeanor weird charges. And I should have just said not guilty. But needless to say, whatever. After that, on my own, I tried to see 24 therapists. 24. Each and every one has some lame excuse why they wouldn't let me talk. Okay? They say the stupidest things. Oh, I don't feel I'm qualified to help you. As if these people were like special super brain surgeon psychologists, right? Well, I'm here to tell you that every criminal psychologist is going to sit there for a measly $100 or $200, listening to you babble about your life, and most of them don't really give a flying fuck, anyways, because they just want their money, right? To listen to what you have to say, right? So if out of 24 therapists, each one like stonewalled you, that they have something to hide. Each one working on me with the police to try to silence me. After that I gave up because I just realized you couldn't talk to them. It was the same thing. You don't talk or we kill you. Now they wanted to punish me with their mental illness tactics. Remember, this media thing's been going on my entire life to try to flip me out and make me look like a crazy, violent, paranoid schizo. So, the makers of The Sixth Sense produced a movie after this called Split, which is a really good movie. But it's about a violent, paranoid schizo named Kevin, and some of his personalities are based on my Twitter jokes and things like that, right? Okay, and on my website before making the movie, it says, I've now gone to 24 therapists, not one will help me. Not one will let me talk, not one will help me. Things like trying to trick me into getting me to go into mental institutions and things like that. Well, wait, why do they want me in mental institutions? Don't you think there's some kind of relation between my brother telling me that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution for stopping Greg Waugh from stopping my brother from bashing Greg Waugh's skull in with a crowbar, right? Which my family side with people who bash people's skulls in with crowbars. Strange. Okay, so, and that all links to like a little movie my brother made when I was 14. He called Psychos, wanting to put me in the movie, riding around in a motorcycle, and Darren Moselle holding a knife up to my throat, saying, let's make him the fifth member of the Bee Gees, and things like that, right? Now I never held anything against my brother, like him just making these stupid little cheeseball kiddie movies, right, when I was like 14 or 12 or whatever. But yet, he had motive with Darren Moselle. Okay, so you get the idea that my punishment, so to speak, for going to therapists and trying to get help was them making movies called Split, calling the character Kevin, sort of trying to make me think I'm the character or belittling me. I don't know. I can't tell you what their motive is. Just trying to make me look crazy to cover up their operations. Now, without going into detail how this links into the entertainment industry, Darren Moselle, who writes for the entertainment industry, Brian Longbotham, who I worked for doing 3D animation and visual effects for Modern Video Film and Universal Studios, and Brian Longbotham with his frame jobs to Wes Craven, telling me that Wes Craven wanted me to put splice in some footage of O.J. Simpson fleeing the scene in his white van to frame me, telling Wes Craven I'm fucking with him and things like that, right? Once you hear all those details, you can really start to understand how these things are kind of playing out with person after person setting me up to people with millions to billions of dollars turning them against me, right? Now, how is Brian Longbotham connected to my brother and friends? Well, that's pretty interesting or strange, right? Because I was like 24 and he was like 40 or 50. He wouldn't be in my brother's friends groups. Okay, so I don't want to go too far there. I'll get to those when I get up to my mid-20s. But I just want you to understand where things are coming from and how people are told to do things to try to make me look crazy. And this is worldwide, every person I'm in contact with. Okay, so let me think. So you understand how the psychology community is upset with me for simply saying, look what's being done to my life. Okay, if that isn't strange, I don't know what is. Why would the psychology community be mad at me for going to the psychology community, which my mother and father and brother wanted me to go to simply say, look what's going on, and then them saying, you're crazy, we're going to put you in jail or mental institutions. Okay, now remember, my brother's threats and actions, or me and my friends are going to put you in a mental institution, but now you're linking that to my mother, saying here's the list of psychologists and psychiatrists who are going to hunt you down and kill you. So we want to sort of try to make it look like you flipped out. Then we want to send you to psychiatrists. They're going to say he's crazy, all paid off to do this. Okay, and working with the government. Well, that's beyond any level of illegal. Because let me tell you, if you're crazy, you don't got to make someone look crazy. And if you're violent, you don't have to try to keep provoking someone, right? To try to make them look violent. They're going to do it on their own. So after that, I think, or during that time period, during the beginning time period, back towards 29, one of the other next people on the list was a psychiatrist named, I think Natalie Craw on Victory, Woodland Hills, Victory, and Canoga. And Natalie Craw, basically, when she saw that I knew what was going on and didn't want me talking, told me if I don't take medication, I'll destroy my life. Now, at the time, I didn't really realize that was a death threat. Because why would you destroy your life? Well, you might interpret it as you're getting sicker and sicker if you don't take your meds, blah, 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 but that's not the case. The case is that people are stalking me, trying to make me look crazy, and I better do what they tell me or I'm a dead man. Well, you don't have to. If someone needs medication, you don't have to make them sick, right? It goes against how things work. You're either crazy and you need to take... You're either crazy, but that still doesn't mean you need to take medication. And what does crazy even mean? I mean, I'm crazy because I was born in Calabasas and Hidden Hills and I build cars and that's blue collar and a white collar neighborhood. Well, that's not justification to rid someone of the world. Okay, so my camera app is freaking out again. So that was actually a death threat. Okay, so anyways, I have some things to do, so I'm gonna stop this for now and I'll continue this later. If I can get the app to work so I can stop it. Damn technology. I thought it's supposed to be perfect. But yet, error after error. So, I guess Shanna Bryan Seva's argument that computers are all perfect and it's all human error isn't the case because I can't even get the stupid app to load to stop the camera. Right? And that's for future conversations against my father's murder operation with all his employees at the psychology community. Is trying to cover up, yet I can't get the app to load, so I'm just going to manually stop it. Okay, so it's February 6th, 2019. There's actually two people waiting for me here. Sorry, this is kind of a joint video documenting the people stalking and waiting for me. and me talking into the camera to edit to do my diary entry. Okay, so it's February 6th, 2019, and I'm going to finish, or at least continue, a diary entry which I started. I don't remember what day it was. It was probably at least a couple weeks ago, and I got sidetracked in other things like police set up operations with, this time, police presence, working with these citizens showing up, stalking me. Editing, dealing with that video, as well as trying to talk about my life, because, it's a two-part thing. It's, you don't talk or we kill you, with worldwide support, which I'm forced to video all day and night to try to expose the murder operations, for what I know. And then the other part is talking about my life, starting in a young childhood and growing up, so people can really understand that all the propaganda they've been fed for the last 40 years across the entire planet is all complete fiction and fabrication by the government, psychology community, and everyone else helping to exterminate me or remove me from society, no matter what it takes. Hence, why it's so important that I focus on talking about my life, because when I started writing a book, the cops went ballistic, like I committed the biggest crime in the world about talking about my life or trying to write it down in a book, right? Hence, that's all you really need to know is, if someone's not allowed to write a book, no matter how crazy it sounds, saying you don't have the First Amendment, freedom of speech, then they got something to hide. And something unfathomably horrible to hide, right? I was talking about the psychology community, and forgive me because it's been several weeks and I can't really remember exactly the specifics of the conversation, so I pulled up where I kind of ended off, which was talking about Natalie Croft, psychiatrist Natalie Croft, paid off in these operations to try to silence me with the death threats. You better take, what was it? If you don't take medication, you'll destroy your life. Translation, you do what we say or we kill you, because if you're sitting there up until 29, outliving your life, and all of a sudden you're met with Mike Huntley, who has sent every person with your family after you since 5 years old to have you killed, with every mental illness tactic known to man, and they're trying to make you look crazy and snap you into what looks like nervous breakdowns and all sorts of things like this. And then they say, well, if you don't do what we tell you, your life's going to get a lot worse for you, met with the actual death threats. You better accept what's going on, or it's going to get a lot worse for you, and things like that, from other civilians working with the police and psychology community. Then you get the idea this isn't about someone that needs to be on medication, which there's no such thing as you need to be on medication or we're going to hunt you down and kill you, because that's unheard of. There's no such thing as that. Right? And so, if you're sitting there and all of a sudden you notice your family sending people after you to rid you of the world, and they say, well, if you don't take medication, we're going to kill you. Well, then, first of all, you didn't need medication to begin with, even though it's illegal to force someone on medication, because that's like, who decides who forces who on medication, right? I mean, if you become a professional skydiving instructor, do you need to be forced on a medication? Do you fit that criteria or that force you on a medication category, right? Right? There's no such thing, right? And so that's the point, is it's not going to matter how much medication they cram me full of, because it's not about medication, because, like I said before, if people don't try to make people look mentally ill and crazy, because that statement by itself says that you're not crazy to begin with, and they're murder operations, right? They're trying to make their murder operations look justified. And so anyways, I was talking about Natalie Craw, who was kind of the next in line to refuse. At that point, I didn't really comprehend the situation, right? So they had their leverage. They had their, he doesn't know what's going on, so we can control him easier, right? So needless to say, that was Natalie Craw. Now, after that was around my early, I found out what was going on around 29. And she was probably around, who knows, maybe 31, 32. It's hard to say, right? But I'm just documenting all the no-platers they've pulled up to the park on my way home from getting coffee. Okay, so that was around 30. Let's say that's 32. And obviously, this person with their psychiatry degree or their MD in psychiatry is not here to help people. They're here to control and dictate and torture and kill, right? Because if someone comes in and there's life's in danger from people hunting them down, trying to kill them, they're obligated to work with the police, saying this guy's life is in danger, and not from himself and not from him doing anything else, but his life is in danger for murder operations. Then what reason would the anyone in the psychology community have to say, I don't want you talking, unless they're the ones that did this to my life, right? Natalie Craw, and then with the death threats, you do what we say, or we kill you with the psychology community, because they don't want to open up the doors to the horrific truth that I was basically targeted at 4 or 5 for government kill operations, and they're all behind it, with all sorts of dumbass theories for moronic idiots that think they're important with psychology degrees or MDs in psychiatry. Whoop-de-fucking-do, a bunch of moronic idiots. But anyways, my point is, or what was I getting to? Okay, so let me think. After this, I went to several psychiatrists back then on my mother's list of people to help kill me. And I can't remember all of them, but Alex Lazar is one. There was a Dr. Packier too. I can't specifically remember the sessions with the Dr. Packier. I do, however, remember a lot of Dr. Alex Lazar in Encino, and ironically, Dr. Alex Lazar was out in right by Havenhurst and Ventura, where I would go to the Encino Starbucks afterwards to try to relax after these bullshit sessions, right? These sessions of you don't talk or we kill you. But remember, back then, I didn't really understand what was going on, and I wasn't putting the pieces together. I was just watching mass worldwide attacks, going, what the fuck is going on? Why won't anyone tell me, right? And so, Alex Lazar was Persian. One of the things I can recall me first noticing was him on the complete murdering defensive when I mentioned that Mike Huntley and my family were going around telling everyone I'm full of anger and rage. And what I remember is his eyes dropping flat to the ground in pure guilt, okay? Pure, oh shit, he knows, right? Oh shit, Kevin knows, what are we going to do? is exactly what was going through his head. Now, someone that's here to help you, someone in the psychiatry community, someone with an MD in medicine and psychiatry, don't usually run around saying, you suffer from this, and now you know what we're doing, so now we got to kill you. Right? Because if you're a good, decent, honest person, first, you're not going to make up the lie in the first place, because you don't want to fucking go to jail for malpractice or fraud or whatever, being a quack, and attempted murder or murder. And so, you're not going to put yourself in that position normally. And if you have a friend that's involved with that, normally, you're going to say, well, you fucked up, you know? But, the point is that Dr. Alex Lazar, like all the others, had something to hide. Now, remember, I didn't know I didn't grow up with Dr. Alex Lazar. I wasn't friends with the guy or rape his wife or anything like this. I had no connection to Alex Lazar like every other person I've ever seen in the psychology community, therapists, people worldwide. There's no connection. So what's the motive? What's he trying to cover up? Well, it's got to be something based on the psychology community and what they did to my life, right? And them thinking this is like the largest fuck up known to man and the largest crime known to man that's ever happened in history. We can't let the truth come out. So, after this, Alex Lazar was doing everything known to man to try to silence me. Of course, like usual, you don't know where it's coming from because it's coming from all directions, worldwide, right? And nobody will tell you what's going on. So, Alex Lazar, let me think. At one point, I'm telling Alex Lazar about, now this is right before the 2013 arrest with Jensen and Dinsey. I'm telling Dr. Alex Lazar about the mass mobbings with Persian groups at Coffee Bean on Ventura Boulevard and close to Tampa. There's a 7-Eleven on one side and there's the bowling alley on the other side. And in the middle there is a coffee bean, kind of like an island coffee bean, where Persian groups got together to hunt me down and have me killed. And I can recall that starting with Tom Farley telling me weird things, that he hates Persians because in history he's Greek Pontian and some kind of wars with the Pontians and the Persians. I don't fucking know. I mean, we're talking like what, like 20,000 years ago or something like that, right? Maybe 10,000 years ago. Some of these wars with Persians and the Greeks, right? It's like, hello, did I fucking miss something? You don't like Persians because of this war fucking 10,000 years before you were born? Okay, well, first of all, Tom Farley's a liar that was sent after me at like 8 years old to have me killed with these government operations, hence the Christy Reynolds, him befriending Tracy Pecos to try to send me hidden messages, Pecos and peeking, because I thought Christy Reynolds was cute and couldn't take my eyes off of her. But, so Tom Farley has desperately, since 8th grade, trying to hunt me down and silence me and keep me quiet, involved in the sending Jen Hess after me to have me killed, Rody Morales after me to have me killed, all the women on IRC for 10 years, starting in 1994, to have me killed, whatever. Okay, so, Tom Farley says this, and then, of course, they start telling everyone that I hate Greek, or I hate Persians, right? Well, that's pretty strange, because like usual, I never said I hate Persians, just like Tom Farley was running around saying that I said that people are stupid. Well, I never said that people are stupid. However, if I did say people are stupid to Tom Farley at 10 years old, who the fuck would care anyways? I've never seen someone hunted by worldwide support because he said people are stupid or anything on that level, right? I've only seen people hunted down by worldwide support if they flew planes into buildings and things like that, right? Killing like 10,000 people. Okay, so I tell Dr. Pack or Dr. Alex Lazar that this Persian groups are stalking me, and he says, well, I'm Persian. And I said, yeah, I noticed, whatever. And so then, instead of him saying this is wrong, he wants to cover up this crime-spree more. Which is strange, because isn't he a psychiatrist who's here to help people? So then he starts sending people after me at the Encino Starbucks, which were already kind of coming after me. For example, Aubrey Fisher was told to follow me to Encino Starbucks and play this game that I'm somehow stalking Aubrey because she lives in Encino and I'm not allowed in Encino. Right? Well, that doesn't make sense. Just because someone that doesn't like you is in a city or a state doesn't mean that you have to move. It just means don't talk to them, right? Okay, so Aubrey Fisher's involved in all these operations. And remember, Aubrey Fisher had a history before that of hunting me and stalking me with my family, the police, and government, which I wasn't fully aware of at the time, that Aubrey Fisher was fishing for anything possible to use against me to give to the world, which had been pretty much going on my entire life. Using the name as schizo references to try to turn me into a schizo. So then, another person, they have a Heather from Woodland Hills Yankee Doodles follow me over there, and she pretends that she works in the shopping center, and she says, Kevin, I work here, you know, you should come into the store. But after they ran me out of the Yankee Doodles pool hall, you know, my flag was kind of up. Oh wait, the girl that's hunting me down, trying to kill me with mass groups for 10 years prior, all day and night, 24/7, wants me to go hang out with her in the store she works with? Yeah, fucking right. Okay? So you knew that was a setup attempt to try to get me to go into some store while she was saying I won't leave her alone. Then Dr. Alex Lazar, while also putting me on about 5 meds at once, because no medication really helps from worldwide murder operations. So there's no anti-be-killed pill, right? That's my point. If people are hunting you down, trying to kill you no matter what the means, no pill is going to do anything, right? So, because it's not about medication, it's about killing someone. And so, you get the idea. After this, they sent a girl to try to befriend me named Arnaz, right? A Persian girl. Hinting something about Anonymous or Arnaz or something like that. And she plays this whole I'm crazy game and nobody likes me to try to befriend me, telling me weird things about noise issues and this and that. And while you're trying to be nice to the person, they're working with mass groups to stalk me. And she keeps trying to insinuate that I'm a hacker, right? This is one of the tactics since 1994. My brother introducing me to the internet and then sending a girl named Lynn Junkin after me, telling everyone I'm a hacker and supposedly doing all these horrible things to people, right? On IRC. So Arnaz is coming in and they're trying to cover up the Lynn Junkin operations with my brother sending Mike Wexler after me at University of Colorado, talking about picking locks and hitting people with cars and all these weird things, right? Trying to get things that he can make it look like I did all these things. Finally, Dr. Alex Lazar tells me, I know a guy named Rick Armando, or Rick Armand, a friend of his, and he's willing to go with me to Starbucks to witness what's going on so he can go to the police with me so I don't look like a crazy person, right? So Rick Armand, or Armando, I'm not sure, supposedly a guitarist for a band called 1994, which is most likely hinting references about the movie 1984, Big Brother is watching you, and based on government torture and control, you're not allowed to pick your nose wrong type of thing, which seems to be synonymous with what's being done to my life, except what they're doing is they're hinting about movies and scenes from movies, and then trying to make it look like I conform to movies with these covert psychological warfare tactics from the psychology community, which has started at 5 years old for me with my family. So Rick Armand goes and he witnesses what's going on, and he gets to the point where he realizes that I can prove exactly what's going on. So at this point, Rick Armand, or Armando, doesn't want to go to the police. He changes up and he starts talking about psychics and knowing psychics that can read your mind verbatim and regurgitate it instantly, which is turning out to kind of be a death threat-ish thugging tactic, and I don't feel like going into the details and the reasoning behind that. But needless to say, that Dr. Alex Lazar was sending Rick Armand after me to try to thug me quiet, especially when he saw that I could prove what was going on. After this, now remember, my family paying off Aubrey Fisher with the police to have me killed for doing things like getting into studio photography with women. My family thinks it's some kind of crime, which normally nobody could care less, so they were paying off Lorraine Escobar to sort of control my life and have me hunted and killed since 16, with stepping in, making up lies that I was getting into studio photography to meet women, and ignoring all the work that I did, right? Like usual, all my photography, all my website building, all the work is ignored, and they make up lies that I'm trying to get in it to meet women and I'm a fraud, stealing people's money, and all sorts of pathological changing lies that go from one thing to the next. So Rick Armand, or not Rick Armand, so Alex Lazar starts asking me questions about my photography, and if a girl made a pass at me, would I sleep with her, this and that. Okay? And of course, at this point, he started trying to get information and give it to the masses to use against me, showing that he was breaching confidentiality. He's breaching his confidentiality agreement to try to get dirt to use against me, to dirty up my name, to sabotage my life and have me hunted and killed by riling up these mass groups worldwide, continuing these mass murder operations with my family, police, government, NSA, FBI, and psychology community, which is not what psychiatrists are supposed to do. They're supposed to get to the bottom of things and try to keep people healthy and breathing. Not, you don't talk or we kill you. And their methods of we kill you aren't the traditional I blow you away with a gun. They're all based on psychological warfare tactics. Hence, my mother, father, and brother all having secondary psychology degrees, except for my mother, it's her primary degree, used as weapons to kill their child. You do what we say or we kill you, basically. No matter how harmless or simple. If you date a girl with tattoos, we're gonna kill you, right? Based on the whole shock collar treatment, like my father put on his dog Rhoda, right? Anytime you do something I don't approve of, I zap you, and I keep zapping you until you die, right? Because you even though it's not illegal getting into studio photography and nobody could care less, my family cares, and they're somehow managing to get worldwide support to do these things to me. Okay, so Alex Lazar going into I'm going to try to get dirt to use against you and rile up even larger and larger worldwide groups to kill you, instead of dealing with the issue that there's worldwide groups trying to kill me. Him showing how he's in complete defensive. Okay, so today is 2/10, February 10th, 2019. Oh, hey, I have a birthday on the 19th. I'll be 47, as if that matters, when for 42 years of your life you're being hunted with worldwide support to have you killed. Age really doesn't matter when you're being hunted, because you don't really get anything out of life when your family wants you dead and gone for no reason at all. But, okay, so I'm still working on the therapist's entry here. Started like maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. I'm not even sure because everything's really been hectic. 3 break-in attempts by the LAPD on surveillance video at my house because they know I have incriminating evidence of them trying to have me killed, paid off by my father, and things like that. So I've kind of been sidetracked, but this is kind of a important entry because it goes into the psychological community and how they don't want me to look like a good, decent, stable person, which is the entire concept of gang stalking. But normally, therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists are about helping people normally, not you don't talk or we kill you, and hunt you down with worldwide support saying he's crazy and this and that. That goes against what psychology is supposed to be about. So, anyways, where was I? I was talking about Dr. Alex Lazar in Encino, by the Encino Starbucks, where recently there have been 3 break-in attempts by LAPD into my house, and a Starbucks thug tactic with Sean Dinsey paid off to break onto my property and deliver a letter saying Starbucks doesn't want you here and things like that. But I can't really tell you if the letter is legit because it never came from anyone from Starbucks, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Starbucks didn't give me the letter. Sean Dinsey gave me the letter. And if Sean Dinsey gave me the letter, he could have typed it up on his computer, right? It's not an official letter. It has Starbucks letterhead on it, but anyone can put Starbucks letterhead on a inkjet printer and print something out. So it was not given to me by a legit source. So I can't tell you if it's an official letter, but what I can tell you is Sean Dinsey was paid off to illegally give it to me. Police officers don't generally give people letters saying don't go up to this this private corporation doesn't like you, right? So once again, Sean Dinsey with his co-workers breaking onto my property, trying to break in my house on video, clear audio saying check if the door is unlocked. There are 3 of these attempts, 6 total. For example, once with my father trying to break in my house, and 5 other attempts with the police and 3 on video, or 4 on video. 1 with my father on video and 3 other LAPD attempts to break in my house on video. So, you know, I kind of got sidetracked with all that because they're ramping up there. We're going to hunt you and kill you, try to break in your house, and then plant things on you, or do this or do that or whatever. You know, you kind of get sidetracked with all that bullshit because they don't want me talking, and of course my mother making statements like doing weird things like talking in your car on cameras. I mean, oh my God, that's so crazy. The world's going to hunt you down and kill you for doing what I'm doing now. As if anyone's going to care. They're not. People might say, well, that's a little weird, or what's he doing? But they're not going to say, you committed the weird crime and we're going to hunt you and kill you. Anyways, these break-in attempts are linked straight to psychiatrist Dr. Alex Lazar, who works right down the street from the Starbucks. The police have now spent 3 break-in attempts into my house this last month. Why? What are they trying? What do they have to hide? What is it that they're trying to plant on me, or as allied universal security threatening my life with the LAPD told me on multiple occasions at different locations it's illegal to take pictures on private property. Why would different allied security employees at different locations say this? Because they're involved in a mass murder operation and they don't want any proof of that to exist, which is way too late. We're way past that. The cat's out of the bag for years now, and it's all up on the internet. Anyways, Dr. Alex Lazar, I was finishing up with Dr. Alex Lazar a couple of days ago, or I started with Dr. Alex Lazar a couple of days ago down in Thousand Oaks, and I'm in Santa Monica now. It's Saturday night. Like usual, you're not allowed to go to Santa Monica either, or Hollywood, or Las Vegas, or Downey, or San Diego, or Florida, or Wisconsin, or New Jersey, or this or that. Those are all crimes, according to my family, police, and government. But here I am in Santa Monica, defying things that you never thought you would even be defying, because who would tell you that, right? Very strange. Except a psychology community, police, and government saying, we're going to jail you in your house for the crimes of finding out what we're doing to your life and try to kill you. Okay, so I was almost done with psychiatrist Dr. Alex Lazar, who works in Encino by Ventura Boulevard and Havenhurst, involved in all these operations with women, and Rick Armand from supposedly the band 1994. I can't remember if I mentioned Rick Armand. I might have to re-talk about that. So if I talked about Rick Armand in one of these earlier in this video, I'm sorry, but it's just a lot of time has passed and it's been a while, so I'm trying to sort of, document, note things so that I can remember what I was talking about before. But anyways, okay, so at one point before Dr. Alex Lazar was trying to work on my credibility for getting into studio photography, and at the same time the police and LAPD sending Aubrey Fisher after me to hunt me down and have me killed for getting into studio photography. Sorry. He told me, or Alex Lazar told me that because of the situation and what was going on, he had a friend, Rick Armand or Armando, whatever, and he was willing to witness these mass attacks so I could go to the police with him. Because when I go to the police prior, the police play this game like you're crazy and it's not happening, even though I could walk them around my house, around my local area for 10 minutes and show them. They refuse to lift one finger to help me, which is strange, showing you that they're stalking and hunting me and aiding and abetting murder operations. So Rick Armand kind of befriends me. Okay, I'm going to witness what's going on at these public locations and Starbucks. And he witnesses them. He says, yeah, I see what's going on and this and that. At this point, once I sort of prove, at first it's like the usual, you're crazy, I don't believe you, even though he knows what's going on. Even though he knows what's going on, sorry, I'm tired tonight, but whatever. Even though he knows what's going on, he plays stupid. He witnesses what's going on. I prove to him what's going on. He agrees. He sees what's going on. It's time to go to the police. He then plays this game like, I don't want to go to the police. Right? Bait and switching, so to speak. Then he still sort of hangs out around with me, which isn't the biggest deal because I'm completely isolated with a planet full of people trying to kill me, and you really don't have anyone to talk to about it, so you're going to sort of want people around you that you can tell them what's going on because you're living in isolation, being alienated with a psychotic murdering family and worldwide support. For no reason at all. And they keep having cover-up. They keep delivering cover-up propaganda to the world to try to cover up each and every crime against me, right? They have these resources where at any point they can tell the world anything they want that isn't true, and then they say you're not allowed to tell anyone what's going on. Unheard of situations. So after that, I believe Rick Armand tells me that he knows a psychic that can read people's minds and regurgitate it verbatim. And I'm not really a big psychic believer. I kind of have seen some weird things which kind of seem like the possibility of psychic behavior exists, but I've never seen direct proof. Like, I've never talked to someone like you would see in a movie that could read someone's mind and then regurgitate it instantly, but I have seen some freaky things with my stalkers and the psychology community working on me with some freaky things, and I'm not going to tell you that I know for sure about psychic stalkers or this or that working with the police, but what I am going to tell you is that the psychic angle has been worked on me my whole life with the psychology community and my family and the entertainment industry. As my brother was trying to thug and scare me, he was talking about knowing psychics that worked with the police. We have the Rick Armand, but remember, my brother's also telling me that he has a bug in my room and they're listening to everything I do on the radio, trying to flip me into a state of paranoia and make it look like I'm crazy. Where was I going with this? We have a father playing mind games, trying to make me crazy, make me look like a violent, paranoid schizo, and his neighbor Susan, who isn't a psychic, kind of a ditzy blonde, pretending she's a psychic, making these guesses, these 50-50 guesses, and weird things like that, right? Right? You understand? They're trying to sort of make me look crazy. What do psychics really exist? I can't tell you. I have no solid proof. Is there a possibility? Well, I guess there could be a possibility. But whatever. That's not worth obsessing on until you really get solid proof or anything. But if there were psychics that existed, I guess I should say this. If psychics do really exist on some kind of rare phenomenon like that, my family would pay them off with the police and government to stalk me and have me killed instantly. Okay? If they do exist. There's no doubt in my mind. Also, I'm quickly going to get some video here of the amount of cars in Santa Monica that have pulled up, turning on their blinkers, on, I think this is 4th Street, Wilshire, and 3rd Street. As I made a quick lap, we have the first car here, Van Nuys, no plater, waiting with his lights on. We have about 6 cars waiting with blinkers on right now, and as 15 minutes ago when I drove down the street, no cars were waiting with blinkers on. And like all these other tactics, they all show up at the same exact time, everyone doing the same exact thing. So I just went down the wrong street, so it's going to take a little bit longer. So we have a car with blinkers on here. Now remember, they all group together and do the same thing at once, and so I just did a loop around here 10 minutes ago, and it was normal like it always is. We have a police officer that just happens to be in the same area. We have a car with blinkers there. We have another car on with blinkers here, right? Well, I guess this guy left, but don't you think it's a little coincidental that these things keep happening, where I drive down the street and all of a sudden everyone gets together doing the same things, and then a police car shows up, right? Why do you think that is? Just like my other videos of people going ballistic on me and then making up lies, I did this to people and I did that to people with the police. Why do you think that is? And as I mentioned starting this video, as I first got down to Colorado Street, I got in about 10 minutes, you're going to see these ramped up attacks for simply driving down the street in Santa Monica. Here we are once again, getting these attacks or setups on video. And sorry, diary entry, this is kind of a mixed video now because this happens all day and night. Hence, you seeing the police involvement telling people to hunt me down, stalk me, have me killed, or try to set me up and to remove me from society. So now let's just go the other way down the street and get more of these people who have all showed up at the same time, turning on their blinkers as the police officer is patrolling that area, right? So here's another person with blinkers. What street exactly am I on? Let's see. Right, they're not, well, whatever, I'm not gonna, there is another truck, no blinkers here, across another truck, no blinkers, all following me, turning on their blinkers, with the police patrolling the area for setup operations, because they have a problem. There's another car down here, with blinkers on, because they have a problem with me breathing, and it is for no other reason than that. And what they're going to tell the world, they're going to tell the world, but that's what it's really about. I know I have information that they don't want coming to the world that's really going on, and they're going to try to say I'm a violent, paranoid schizo and crazy. There's another car with blinkers on over there. I don't know what the count is, about 8 cars that showed up instantly with blinkers, 9 right here, 10 right here, right, and so what you're seeing is the cops saying you don't talk or we'll kill you. Just the same reason Dincy tried to break in my house on 3 attempts. We will kill you if you talk. These are random civilians all working together. We will kill you if you talk. So we have these random citizens. We will kill you if you talk. Let's get this guy's plan, whatever. Right? And their method of killing you is not the direct normal method. It is killing you with the psychology community and psychological warfare tactics, would go on all day and night with mass communication across the internet on kill operations. For me turning 29 and finding out something very strange is going on that doesn't make any sense, that's directed at me, right? So there you have it on video. We will kill you if you talk, with the police, government, psychology community, NSA, noting worldwide groups to kill me for what I found out. They're stalking me to begin with since 5 years old. Right now, the newer blinker tactic, we have the police presence, we have the people with the blinkers, you name it. With my mother telling me yesterday, don't do weird things like talk into, like my mother doing weird things yesterday, like saying don't talk into a camera about your life. You know, things that nobody tells you. They go, good for you. You're talking about your life. This is unacceptable. That's what honest, decent people would tell you. Okay. So, sorry, diary entry, but you can understand that this is all day, night, 24/7 worldwide groups, and so you're constantly bombarded by worldwide groups trying to kill you for what you know, by using the "you're weird" crime, and that's why we're hunting you to kill you with worldwide support. There's no such thing. Back to Alex Lazar, Rick Armando. The types of things we're seeing right now is Alex Lazar, Rick Armando, worldwide groups taking part in trying to silence me and immobilize me so that I can't tell anyone, and if I talk, they're going to kill me with the endless death threats. They're going to kill me if I talk. Starting with Mike Huntley at 29 when I found out. Okay, so oh, and tonight my stepfather Arnold trying to make it look like I think I'm a drug dealer and things like that. Okay. So, and on the run. Okay, so where was I with Alex Lazar and Rick Armando? So, anyways, I kind of went into the psychic thing. Alex Lazar sort of mentions a threat tactic. Not Alex Lazar. Rick Armando sees what's going on at the Starbucks locations and accompanying locations and changes from, I'm your friend and I'm going to help you go to the police so you're not isolated looking crazy. And then when he realizes that I can easily prove it and he saw it, he goes, I don't want to go to the police. right? Bait and switching. So then they try to play this game like I'm doing all these unethical things with this, and then Dr. Alex Lazar starts to attack me and asks questions about my studio photography working with Aubrey Fisher, sent after me by Rody Morales, who was sent after me by the LAPD to have me hunted and killed, taking me to strip clubs and things like that, trying to make it look like my photography is fraudulent, of course leaving out the actual work. Well, if the photography exists, if each one of my photo shoots per each picture takes from 10 to 100 hours per photo, then it's obviously not fraud, and I'm delivering a great product to each and every person. And I haven't asked any models out. So if I haven't asked any models out, have I not committed a crime, even though asking a model out isn't a crime? Right? So their notion is you might possibly talk to a girl and ask someone out, but you haven't committed any crime and you have a impeccable track record. So we're going to hunt you down and kill you because I think you're a fraud for not doing anything wrong, but proving that you're beyond any level of professional in providing a good product. Yet Alex Lazar with Aubrey Fisher asking all these interrogating questions about my photography to give to the entire planet to try to smear my name. Well, the first thing you should be asking is what, as far as legal or illegal, it doesn't matter what I tell Alex Lazar in a psychiatry session, right? It does not matter, because those are supposed to be protected conversations. It is illegal, and he should instantly be fired if I talk to a psychiatrist in confidentiality and people start hunting me down, trying to kill me about my photography, saying, I think Alex Lazar says that you're not professional, and so we're going to hunt you down and kill you and stop you from pursuing a photography hobby or career. Period. The end. So, who is Dr. Alex Lazar linked to? Well, my mother has her psychology degree in art therapy. My father has a secondary psychology degree, and my brother has his secondary psychology degree, which are all used as weapons to dictate people's lives or then kill them. Right? And so you can see the connection. Each and everything I do, they come after me with some kind of accusation. Now, after this, and I think I did mention Rick Armando before, but I'm starting to remember that conversation. It was a few weeks back. Now, after this, I stopped seeing Alex Lazar, but they're still sending all these people after me at the Starbucks and Coffee Beans, trying to have me killed, right? And obviously this goes from psychiatrist to psychologist, one sequentially after the next. Worldwide, you don't talk or we kill you. Okay, so my final thoughts, unless something pops in mind about Alex Lazar, is about 5 years go by. And all of a sudden a collection agency says, you didn't pay Alex Lazar for a session. 5 years, right? Is that a little strange? Not only did I pay this guy for his piddly whatever $100, but 5 years go by, and then all of a sudden, no letters in the mail, just a collections company. You didn't pay this guy. Now, there's all sorts of levels of their psychological warfare. One, the collections agency that he submitted this to was Golden State. My father's company, who my father hired me to finish trying to have me killed with paying off Lorena Escobar with these mass groups worldwide, to reel me in and then put the tarp on the ground, so to speak, and blow my brains out with his psychological warfare tactics. As he says, Kevin, come over, you're my son, I love you, work for me, do my IT, his company, Ronald Barry Perlman, orthopedic surgeon Ronald Barry Perlman's company is called Golden State Sports Medical. And ironically, he made his logo a tree. And ironically, he made his logo a tree. Why? Because it has to relate. Because it relates to the tree. When I was a young child, my mother, with her art therapy degree, wanted me to draw a tree. And I thought it was hysterical, because how many mothers ask their kid to draw trees and psychoanalyze them like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you crazy? And I'm joking around, and I have like no leaves on the tree, and I think I put a hole in the tree with like a witch or a skeleton, just joking around with it, right? And to that, my mother's walls, I guess, came crashing down, that I had ruined her life, and I need to be hunted and killed because she didn't get the tree she wanted, right? Okay, well, first of all, it's unethical to analyze your child and ask them to draw trees and then hunt them down and try to rid them of the world. I didn't ask her for help. I didn't say, Mommy, please help me, I'm crazy. She just wanted to dig for information to use against me. And she didn't get this harmless, joking tree, so she got mad and had a tantrum. Now, my father will tell you things that don't make sense, like, you might have drawn this or that at a young age, and so you know what you did. You know what you did types of things, but never did I draw anything that anyone would care about. For example, if my mom said, draw me a tree, and I'm back on the California and 2nd and Santa Monica, where we just had our blinker attack, as I guess you would call it, just kind of videoing right now that they're all gone. Okay. So it's not like when I drew this tree, there is one blinker over there, and there are no more cars with blinkers. So about 10 cars with blinkers showed up in a couple of minutes, waiting for me after the second pass, so to speak, around the block, driving around Santa Monica, coming back the second time, showing after I got here the first time. People were notified in mass groups to then show up with their blinkers on, and that police officer trying to blackmail, threaten me, that they're going to hunt me, kill me, and they're following me and things like that. Okay, so it's not like when I drew this tree, I had disemboweled bodies and chopped off heads and things like this hanging from the tree, right? It's something you would see in a cartoon or even a children's book, right? So you can say that my mother and father went off the deep end on a harmless tree because my mother didn't get her way, just like one of my other crimes is saying, fuck you to my mother at 14 in our one and only argument ever, which no one could remotely care less about. Do you understand what I'm saying? Kids mouth off to their families, all the time, and I've never heard of a situation where there's a worldwide campaign to kill someone over the fuck you crime, if you understand what I'm getting. The point I'm getting at is, no matter what you do in my family, you're going to be hunted and killed. You blinked wrong, you committed the blink crime. You farted wrong, you committed the fart crime. Right? It doesn't make any sense because they're psychotic murderers. But where it really doesn't make sense is why all these people are mad at me for going out and trying to live my life and being the nicest person known to man. Okay, so where was I? Alex Lazar. Oh yeah. So anyways, Dr. Alex Lazar. Oh, the tree. So at one point after my father hires me to work at Golden State Sports Medical around 36 years old, he asks me to redo his logo. Okay, now I want you to understand the manipulation, the psychological setups, the frame jobs, my father's thought process when asking me to redo his logo. Kevin Perlman, when he was a young child, is acting out in anger and rage because Anita Perlman didn't get the harmless tree she wanted, right? And at 25 years old, I'm guessing, my father comes to me and says, Kevin, you're a good artist. Will you redo my logo for my office? Sure, Dad. You know, you're my father and I'll do anything for you. Obviously anything within reason. And redoing his business logo seems pretty damn harmless to me. But we're dealing with psychotic murderers that go to the end of the earth with investing billions of dollars with the government to have their child killed, right? So this harmless, sure, I'll redo your logo for you, is not harmless, but you would never see that coming, right? Because it's so insignificant in life, if you understand what I'm saying. I mean, if someone asked you if you thought that you were going to be hunted and killed for redoing someone's logo for them, you would be like, that's like impossible. But in my case, it's not. Okay, so my point is, after this, my father's trying to play this game. My father's trying to play this game like his communication to the world on their propaganda murder systems is, hey everyone, Kevin redid my logo and he made it a tree, and he is acting out in anger and rage, just like when he was younger, right? That's the type of things they do. So he's giving the world half-truths based on him asking me to do a favor, and then he's running around saying no good deed goes unpunished in a literal sense, right? Which is beyond any level of insane known to man. And then he's trying to tell me that I think differently. Okay, so you get the idea. Kevin, will you help me? Look what Kevin did. But Kevin didn't do anything. All I did was clean up my father's tree that he had already done. Right? Does that make sense? So, he has someone, or he draws this tree. I'm just kind of summing up what you've already heard in a quick sentence. He creates the logo himself or with someone, He then has me clean it up, sort of clean up the edge work and colors and whatever. And then I give it back to him. And then he goes out and he tells the world, look what Kevin did. He's acting out in anger and rage. Right? Do you understand? In reality, I did absolutely nothing but do my father a simple favor and clean up a graphic that he had already given me. But he is not a good person. He is a psychotic murderer. And so he's taking these half-truths and giving it out to the world to use against me on these propaganda murder systems, that I'm doing all these things and I'm a bad seed. Yet I've done absolutely nothing but be a really good person. Okay, so Dr. Alex Lazar, working with my father at Golden State Sports Medical and collections companies called like Golden State or something, right? Do you understand? These direct connections, we're going to keep hunting you and trying to kill you. The connection, my father has a psychology degree, and he's a psychiatrist. And psychologists and psychiatrists, the entire psychology community has been sent after me since a young child to have me hunted and killed or incarcerated for life. That was Alex Lazar. I'm going to kind of pause this really quick and get my thoughts together, because now I'm going to try to remember who the next psychiatrist or psychologist that was sent after me was. Okay, so at this point, I can't remember all the specific psychiatrists I went to at this point, but they were all completely full of shit and trying to cover up the situation, each and every one of them. So I stopped going to psychiatrists for a while, for several years, until about 2010, 2011 or something, maybe closer to 2013. I'm not sure exactly. But at this point, I was starting to learn a lot more. I was starting to become more knowledgeable of the situation, understand the dynamics of the personalities trying to hunt me and have me killed, understanding their tactics, understanding how they operate from one person to the next worldwide. And so it went from this scam of, you need to get help from people who are doing this to you, who refuse to help you because they have agendas to remove you from society, to me knowing what's going on. So at this point, I see a therapist in Woodland Hills, pretty close to the Topanga and Ventura Starbucks, named Corrine Eschigan. Eschigan, I don't know how to spell it. Echigin or something. Corrine Eschigan. Another person involved in these murder operations, trying to have me killed or locked away, for what I know. So, Corrine, which just happens to have the same name as the Pasadena prosecutor involved in these mass murder operations and cover-up operations, Corrine T. Eschigan, or Corrine T. Phillips, and is not a coincidence, by the way, involved in all sorts of illegal cover-up and murder operations. I go to Corrine Eschigan, I start telling her about my life and what my father's doing to me at his office. About one of the things she really got mad about me talking about was my father putting shock collars on his dog Rhoda when I was in high school and growing up, and why was she so defensive about me talking about having an abusive father in a confidential therapy session, which didn't even really apply to me, so I thought, right? Why would that offend a therapist? Oh, you can't talk about your father. She didn't directly say it, but that's her thoughts. Well, if I'm going to therapy, I'm going to talk about my life and the dynamics of my life, right? And that's the whole reason we have therapists is to talk about your life and the things that bother you, right? Not, you don't talk or we kill you, which I've had endless death threats with people working with the psychology community. We don't talk or we kill you and things like this. So now, what was it that they were so defensive about my father putting shock collars on Rhoda, his Rhodesian Ridgeback? Well, I will tell you, and I don't want to go too far into this because I want to stay on topic, but when I went up to Southern Oregon State College, they sent a girl named Kelly Hatch after me to hunt me down with the LAPD, try to make it look like I'm crazy to justify having me hunted down, exterminated, or removed from society, right, in these frame jobs and setup operations. So, as you've seen from all my videos online and all the things done with the entertainment industry and media with my family to try to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizo and conform to media and things like this, one of the things Kelly Hatch was doing was showing me movies, trying to accuse me of things through movies. Does that make sense? I'm going to show you a movie to try to invoke guilt to get a confession, right? So, the movie Kelly Hatch shows me is The Bad Seed, 1946, The Bad Seed. Okay, first of all, I was born in 72. How would Kelly Hatch even know about the movie The Bad Seed in 1946? Now, I'm not saying there are some people that like to do things, watch movies before they were born, but it's a little out there, right? Kelly Hatch wants me to see a movie about a 10-year-old girl named Rhoda who is off killing her neighbors, and she's the bad seed, a murderer kid. And Kelly Hatch is doing all these things to me to pull me over with the police and try to get confessions, and she's making up lies that I broke into her room, and she's making up lies that I stole her Jeep Cherokee, all sorts of shit like this, right? And most importantly, she went to Calabasas High, even though I wasn't friends with her or knew her or friends in her clique or anything. She was sent after me to follow me up to Southern Oregon State College and hunt me down from Calabasas High. So when I start talking about Kelly Hatch, when I start talking about my father putting shock collars on Rhoda, his dog, who he's pretending is calling the dog Rhoda because she's a Rhodesian Ridgeback, to sort of cover up the operations on a kind of split double meaning, Kareen Eshigan gets really defensive. And all of a sudden she starts illegally disseminating these private conversations to Lorena Escobar and mass groups, just like all the other therapists were doing from day one to try to use my life against me, right? And violate my privacy, which has been done to me on every level of my entire life. Basically like mental rape over and over on these horrific things. Where was I going with this? So at this point, Lorena Escobar is getting the conversations with these mass groups of me talking about all the things my father's doing to me in confidentiality, and she doesn't want me talking And I can remember her telling me something about, this is so absurd that there's a point where you just start laughing because you're watching this happen, and it's just beyond any level of insane that you've ever seen or can comprehend. And Lorena Escobar is taking me with my father to Kushiyu, where they're having people attack me for years at restaurants they take me to with the employees at restaurants. And she's kind of letting me know in a cryptic way that she's getting the conversations by laughing in such a way when I say something that pertains to something I said to Kareen Eshigan and things like this, but yet other things are also kind of being mimicked or hinted about with innuendos from my private conversations, right? We're letting you know in a cryptic way based on innuendos that we know everything you're saying. Now remember, my brother's tactics at 16 to try to flip me into a state of paranoia. We're listening, we have a bug in your room, and we're listening to everything you do on the radio to try to make me look crazy and things like that, right? All these things link together. So, Kareen Eshigan doesn't like the fact that I'm smart enough to see through these murder operations that my father is doing. And once these things start coming out, she gets angry and starts working with Sean Dempsey, Officer Jensen, the police, my father, to silence me while trying to have me killed, basically, with these mass endless attacks. And that's when the arrests with Officer Jensen start happening in 2013, and identically right after calling civil attorneys to sue them. Right? So, do you understand? Kevin sees what's going on. He's telling people. He's calling attorneys to sue for damages. My father and Mike Huntley, several years prior, you're not allowed to defend yourself. I call civil attorneys. Officer Jensen arrests me for sitting on the sidewalk. And then they throw in all these bunk charges, like you assaulted someone by throwing a card at them. Even though I didn't throw a card at someone, how could that be assault? Right? Do you understand what I'm saying? That's like saying I assault, battered, and tried to kill someone with a feather. Even if I was holding a feather, hitting you with it, you couldn't kill someone with a feather. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, what is their reasoning or rationale? Because I'm crazy? Well, if I'm crazy, they're going to let me leave me alone and talk about my life with a therapist. Right? Okay. So these arrests, these physical attacks, 7 punches to the head with a security guard, John Paul Naranjo, my father having Victoria plant toy guns on me to tell the world I'm a violent paranoid schizo with a gun. All these things, these hundreds of thousands of things like that, are all based on you don't talk or we kill you, but we're pretty much coming after you anyways. Okay, so that was Kareen Eshigan, involved in these murder operations, trying to lock me in with her to try to make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo, and finish the job with my father to have me hunted and killed. Now, after seeing Kareen, I believe I went to about 10 or 15 other therapists. Just going from one to the next. And each one has some lame cover-up excuse. I don't want you talking to me because I don't feel qualified. And I would tell them things like, you know, I'm not coming to you for a cure because there is no cure. Because this isn't about curing mental illness. This is about mass groups hunting me down to kill me for what I know. And I just want to talk and vent. No, you can't, right? I can't see you. Or, and then they would all be given the same packaged response. So, okay, so you want to go to therapy. What's your problem? Well, you know, I just want to talk about my life and vent. no, I don't feel qualified. And it would just go from one sequentially after the next. And then they realized that that I kept calling therapists to go see therapists, but they didn't want me talking because they're all involved in a horrific crime with the psychology community to have me killed. And so none of them want me talking because they're all interwoven into these illegal government operations. So finally one wants to go through a few sessions. I can't remember her name specifically, but she was on Ventura Boulevard and Reseda next to that coffee bean, which was told to hunt, stalk, and kill me. And I can't remember her name, but she goes through a couple of sessions. I tell her what's going on. She realizes I'm smart enough to understand what's going on. She gets defensive and she gives me an ultimatum. Okay? She says, you know, if you want to continue therapy with me, I want you to go to this group therapy program. And obviously, anyone with common sense like I did is sitting there going, why is a psychologist giving me some blackmail demand, right? I'm coming here to talk about my life. I'm coming here to get help. And unethically, you do what I tell you or I won't help you. Okay, so now you have the paperwork for this group therapy program, right? So you're going to do the research. What is it that this psychiatrist is trying to set me up to do? Because nobody gives people ultimatums. Maybe your girlfriend might say, if you don't clean up your act, I'm breaking up with you or something, but nobody gives you blackmail ultimatums. I'm not going to help you unless you go to this group therapy is not what therapists do, and that is beyond any level of unethical. Okay, so I want to know what the setup is, so I research this paperwork. Now, the paperwork on the website basically flat out says it is a check-in, what do you call it? And I don't know what the technical term is, but it's a check-in program to check into like a mental illness type of in-house mental facility, whatever. You know what I'm saying. So why, if you're going to a psychiatrist for help and she's giving you an ultimatum to check you into like a mental institution and she's calling it group therapy, do you see the little play on words to manipulate you into a situation so that she can run around saying this guy's crazy and he got out of a mental institution and things like that, right? Wait, but wasn't it my brother telling me at 16 that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution for jumping in front of a crowbar when he was going to bash Greg Wallace's skull in? For dating Jen Yang breaking up with my brother and cheating on him and then dating Greg Waugh? Like, don't you think that's a little strange that random psychiatrist wants to check me into mental institutions for stopping my brother from bashing Greg Waugh's skull in with a crowbar, and my brother telling me that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution because I stopped them from killing my friend? Right? Don't you think that's a little strange? Why? What allegiance does this random psychiatrist have with my brother, me saving my friend's life, even though his life might not have been in danger, but by simply jumping in front of a crowbar? Right? Did you get the idea? Why would they be mad at me? Okay, so so I wish I could remember that psychiatrist's name, because there's no place in psychology for that murderer or anywhere else, really. After this, I think I'm kind of let's see. After about 24 therapists and psychiatrists and psychologists and the same thing done over and over, I realized that the psychology community is deeply buried in these murder operations to have me killed, and they're not going to help me, right? Now, obviously the lies, I hear these cheeseball packaged comments with people hinting to me in subtweets about Einstein saying, if you do the same thing over and over, thinking that if you do the same thing over and over, thinking that something's going to change, you're crazy. Well, the first thing I want to say about that comment is that there is a context to situations, and while that might apply to some situations, it doesn't apply to other situations. That's the first thing I'm going to say. So, brainless people that can't think for themselves, that mumble packaged comments, aren't thinking and using their brains. Okay, there is a context to every situation. Okay, now aside from that, if Kevin Perlman goes to 24 therapists and realizes that none are going to help him, psychologists, psychiatrists, you name it, then if Kevin Perlman all of a sudden says, I'm going to stop going to therapists because they refuse to help me, then that statement alone says, according to this packaged comment directed at me, that I'm not crazy, because I realized that if I keep calling these morons trying to cover up their crimes against me, and they're not going to help me, then what's the point of keep calling psychiatrists, right? They refuse to be honest and truthful. They're trying to cover up this mass 40-year crime spree against me. Period. Hence, the psychology taking out their anger and rage on me, because I put up on my website, I've been to 24 psychiatrists and psychologists, and they refuse to be honest and help me, and their cover-up revenge was working with the writers and producers from the movie The Sixth Sense, which, remember, is done in about 60% of all media out there directed at me, as I talk about my other diary entries and how they're using the media to try to make it look like I'm conforming to media and am a violent, crazy, paranoid schizo for reasons I can't comprehend with their anger and hate towards me. My point is that sorry, I was kind of looking at like this girl crossing the street, and she was laughing at me, pretending she doesn't know what I'm doing and I'm crazy. And so they're playing this little like belittling game. We want to stop you from making these diary entries, so we're kind of laughing at you while we walk down the street as if they don't know what I'm doing. And, you know, like a peer pressure thugging type of thing, but she obviously knows what I'm doing, and she was wearing the gray and black tactic, it's all black pants and a gray shirt. Okay, so anyways, my point is that, what the hell was I talking about? I totally lost my train of thought, with this moron girl kind of trying to intimidate me with these little psychological intimidations. Green estrogen, therapist. Oh, that's right. So the creator of The Sixth Sense, which is ironic because a good analogy with the mother poisoning the child and saying the child's sick is kind of what's being done to me, right? So that's a good analogy of what's being done. I keep putting poison in my son's food, and then I keep saying he's sick, and then he dies. Same type of thing. Anyways, and when I say putting poison in the food, I'm talking about them poisoning the well by walking up to girl after girl, telling each girl I'm a horrible monster and a violent paranoid schizo and crazy is a good analogy about like my life, using that analogy as a parallel or synonymous with the types of things my family are doing. I go up to college, everyone's notified that I'm crazy, and stalk Kevin. Well, that's pretty much putting poison in your food, right? You get the idea. So, anyways, the revenge tactic with the psychology community for speaking out about my life, is to make a movie called Split. Now, the movie Split, there's all sorts of hidden messages, cryptic hidden messages on a subliminal level directed at me to try to flip me and out and make me look crazy. The first thing, if you watch the movie Split, which is, by the way, a really good movie, the character's name is Kevin, like me. The character also has 24 personalities. Why 24? I mean, if you're going to make a movie about some paranoid or some schizo murderer that has personalities, why 24? I mean, for a schizo, that is an insane amount of personalities. Why not 10? It's still like the number of personalities, like 10 personalities, is still way beyond the norm of any fictional schizo, right? So 24 personalities, and obviously they only do about 5 personalities in the movie. But 24 personalities. Where did that number 24 come from? That number 24 comes from the front of my website at the time. I've been to 24 psychologists and psychiatrists, and they refuse to help me and be honest. Okay, and then you take it to the next level. The next level is a lot of his personality traits in the movie are things taken from me joking around on Twitter and social networks and things like that. Right? Okay. And then, if you want to sort of link it to where it's coming from my father, Ronald Barry Perlman, at Golden State Sports Medical. And his lies about me that I suffer from split personality disorder, which he never directly said to me, but he was saying it about his wife, Janet Nordette, who he wanted me to move in with him at the same time that he was marrying Janet Nordette, who he did the same things to me that he did to her, sending her to jail and having people stalk her and trying to do these frame job operations, trying to make it look like I was stalking Janet, and saying weird things about Janet that when he saw her get angry, her face physically changed and things like that. Then working on me with Brian Longbotham, saying that when I get angry, I'm like the Hulk and things like this, right? So, this information dissemination, defamation, libel, slander, worldwide propaganda, murder networks with billions of government dollars, the psychology community, are all linking to my father and his pathological lying out of his hate and rage towards his child, starting at 5 years old, to have me hunted and killed. And he will say anything to anyone in the psychology community to end my life, no matter what it takes, no matter how far away I am from him. He will just keep hunting me to have me killed, and then hire me for jobs in his office before I really know who it's coming from, right? Okay, so you get the idea that my father, with his secondary psychology degree, is using it as a murder weapon. All these things are linking back to my family and my father. And they will say whatever they need to say to accomplish their agenda and have me killed or locked away in jail cells or mental institutions for crimes of being born. Okay, so, let's see, where are we? Okay, so that was about 2013, 2014. I give up. I keep trying to go to psychiatrists, psychologists. They won't let me talk about what's being done in my life. They keep shutting me down and lying to my face with their death threats. You don't talk, working with people or we'll kill you. Sometimes direct, sometimes non-direct. Needless to say, I give up because I realize the psychology community is not going to be honest no matter what. And so I start doing things to allow me to sort of vent and let people know that they've all been lied to, right? Because if you're not worldwide, with a family running around with daily lies that their son's crazy, and every week it's a new lie to sort of try to solidify their lies to the entire planet all day and night, you have the right to defend yourself no matter what your father is telling you, that you don't have the right to defend yourself with the simple First Amendment freedom of speech. So I decided I was going to go out and hire ghostwriters to write books about my life, start focusing on building my website and getting the important data on the website showing that I'm not crazy and everything my family's saying are blatant lies in their anger and rage towards me. And so, sorry, I was figuring out where I was going. I'm going down to Venice Beach actually now, and we're right by where Shotzi's restaurant was, which I don't feel like going into those frame job details with Arnold Schwarzenegger's restaurant, Shotzi's, Victoria Walker, and things like that. But there is, ironically, a police car here, I think where Shotzi's was, parked here. We're at Bicknell. I'm not exactly sure where Shotzi's was. Okay, so, I think this is where Shotzi's, I'm not sure, whatever. Well, I think I'm on Main going towards Venice. So anyways, at this point, I'm trying to do things that can sort of salvage my name to stop the propaganda operation, the government-based billion-dollar propaganda operation to turn the world against me and let the world know that everything they've been told is blatant lies. It's all fabrications and fiction. But the police are getting mad. Starbucks Corporation is getting mad. Coffee Bean Corporation is getting mad. Random strangers worldwide are getting mad that I'm simply stating in a book I'm trying to write or on my website, and I believe the book was before the website, to tell you the truth, that this is my life and none of this is true. How dare I? I'm ruining everybody's life. I'm ruining everybody's life by telling the world they've been lied to. How dare I? I'm a horrible monster because Kevin Perlman doesn't deserve to have a life because he's a horrible monster. We don't have an actual argument to why he's a horrible monster. He's just a horrible monster that needs to be hunted and killed with worldwide support because he's crazy, but we don't have a fucking argument as to why. Or everything we tell the world behind Kevin Perlman's back is all fabrications and fiction, but we're not going to tell Kevin what's going on because that somehow makes sense, right? Think about that. Billions of dollars are invested to tell the entire planet every lie known to man about me. I turned 29. What's going on? You're imagining it, but you're a dead man, and we have worldwide watch groups on you to hunt you down, torture, and kill you with psychological warfare operations because you're a horrible monster, but we can't tell you why. And then they come up to me saying, Kevin, you tell us why you're a horrible monster. You tell us why we're hunting you down to kill you. Well, what am I supposed to say? Right? How am I going to tell random people worldwide why they have worldwide terror operations to kill me, why they're hunting me down to kill me? That doesn't make any damn sense. So they're digging for me for information. They're trying to get me to say something they can make me think that what they're doing is justified. Does that make sense? Was it when I was 10 and this happened? Oh yeah, see, now you know. Well, no, I don't know. Right? You understand? That's the psychological tactic they're using. So, you can understand the level of psychological operations going on. Now remember, these packaged questioning or answers or responses are all given to worldwide groups to ask over and over in repetition, showing that people in the psychology community are giving these trick questions, so to speak, to worldwide groups in repetition to try to make me say something that they can make their murder operations look justified. So now we make it to about, I think, 2016 with endless all day and night worldwide murder operations, still amping up larger and larger, from hundreds of thousands to millions of attacks per day. Now worldwide groups parking cars backwards in twos or honking their alarms 2 or 3 times when they see me, with the other thousands of tactics like this one. Basically saying we're going to kill you with worldwide support for what you found out. Okay, so obviously I'm not going to therapists or psychologists because they need to address the issue, what the fuck their problem is. I turned 29, I met with Mike Huntley, we're going to hunt you down and kill you with the police and government. I find out it's been going on since 5 years old. Kevin, why are we trying to hunt you and kill you? I don't know. Tell me. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay? So, what good is therapy going to do? How's it going to help me if they refuse to communicate what their insecurities are or their issues are? Well, I can't read their minds and tell them what they want me to tell them. And I can't give them the coarse, false confessions they want, because I'm not going to tell them I'm a horrible monster and a murderer when that's what they want me to tell them, even though it's not true. And why would they demand I have to tell them something like this, right? That doesn't make any sense. So I make it to about 2:16, and Jensen, who arrested me for sitting on the sidewalk in 2013, with all these fabrications and falsified charges as well, Internal Affairs was called on Jensen in 2013 because the reason he arrested me was because I asked him for his badge number, because of his line of questioning was all accusations and illegal and things that weren't true and things like this. And so when I asked Jensen for his badge number, that's when he arrested me. He got mad because he knew how deep in he was in these murder operations, and so he didn't want Internal Affairs called. So he arrested me. Well, back in 2013, Officer Sean Dinsey was Jensen's partner. Right? Dinsey was Jensen's partner. And now Dinsey is lead officer in these extermination operations to hunt down and kill the imperfect. For example, Sean Dinsey and their Nazi crew. Now remember, Sean Dinsey is a skinhead. He's bald. And all the people they had stalk and attack me and assault and batter me, like Bailey Bernard, was also bald. So, and the dog attacker working with LAPD, who they refused to stop attacking me with a police-trained canine, is also bald. So 3 skinheads: Sean Dinsey, skinhead Sean Dinsey, skinhead Bailey Bernard, and skinhead dog attacker, which the police had done everything to stop me from filing a restraining order against to protect myself. Shows what they're doing. Now, not only that, but I have police scanner recordings off the San Fernando Valley Police, LAPD, stalking and labeling people with possible mental illness. Possible mental illness. Okay, so what is going on? So what is going on? The police are running around going, I think that guy's crazy. He's a possible male mental. Okay? A possible male mental. Well, there are lots of people that suffer from mental illness on all sorts of varying levels. Does that make sense? There are people that suffer depression. There are people that actually do suffer from paranoia or schizophrenia. There are people that suffer from OCD. There are people that suffer from anxiety. But never have I seen, until recently, people being hunted and eradicated because they could suffer from anxiety or depression or anything like that, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? It is not a crime to be crazy. And what is crazy? That's a very generalized term, because crazy might be normal to someone and normal might be crazy to someone else, and that doesn't mean you're crazy. It might just mean you're different. Hence why the law states you can only arrest someone for committing a crime, not because you don't understand them. So, if you don't understand someone, think they're sick, think they're crazy, think they're different, those are not police. That's not the police's job. The police's job is not to go after crazy people. The police's job is to stop crime and keep people safe. And when the police are running around like Sean Dinsey with his agenda to clean up the streets, what does that mean in Dinsey's mind? Eradicate the imperfect. Okay? Possible male mental, you do not have the right to exist because you could theoretically be a danger to someone. Well, theoretically doesn't mean jack shit. I could throw 100,000 theoreticals on any person I see on this planet, and it doesn't mean jack shit. Okay? You see that guy over there? He didn't shave I've seen him, and he didn't take a shower today, and he hasn't shaved in 2 days. So therefore, I think he's a serial killer. So I'm going to hunt him down and rid him of the world. I'm going to incarcerate him for life. I'm going to blow his brains out because I'm a police officer and I have a badge and I want to keep everyone safe. So I'm going to clean up the streets. Well, whether that guy didn't take a shower one day, didn't take a shower 100,000 days, is crazy, you think he's crazy, does not matter, is completely irrelevant to law enforcement. Law enforcement is not about profiling. Law enforcement is about you've committed a crime or there's a crime in progress. That is it. There is no, I think you're crazy, I'm going to hunt you down and kill you. There is no, Sean Dinsey, Kevin Perlman's crazy, I have worldwide neighborhood stalking groups, which he calls neighborhood watch groups, is the largest crime, unconstitutional crime, known to man in the history of the United States Constitution of America, period, the end, and it's the largest crime in history against one man in human history, being that I have a worldwide murder operation now for 40 years. There is no crime that's ever been bigger than this. Okay, so what is Sean Dinsey doing? Well, Sean Dinsey is involved this month with his little murder crew with 3 break-in attempts to my house. Why? Sean Dinsey is a good, honest guy. He's just trying to keep the peace and keep everyone safe. So he wants to break in Kevin Perlman's house, try to plant drugs on me, try to get incriminating evidence that links him to murder operations that have me killed. Evidence that's all over the world on websites and blogs and this and that. What is it that Sean Dinsey is so defensive about with the psychology community? Because remember, I'm crazy. So why does he want to break in my house if I'm crazy? Why doesn't he? If I'm crazy, I got enough problems. So why is the fucking psychopath hunting me down trying to kill me? Right? Stirring up all the shit and trying to make it look like I'm doing these things that don't exist. Right? Well, Mr. White Supremacist Nazi, Sean Dinsey, is trying to eradicate imperfection. Okay? And it's not necessarily a Jewish thing, although he is doing the same thing. I am Jewish, and he is doing the same thing that Adolf Hitler did, but he's doing it with the entire LAPD and police worldwide linked on their police systems. So when you hear these police scanner reports over and over by the San Fernando Valley police, possible male mental illness, follow them, possible male mental, possible person with mental illness, follow them. They're being put on watch lists, imperfect people put on watch lists. Do you understand what I'm saying? These people have enough problems without police officers saying, I'm watching you, Because if police officers are following around citizens saying, I'm watching you and you do what I tell you, that is going to create paranoia. That person is going to go from I'm trying to live my life to something's very wrong. Correct? Okay, so the entire concept of we're following you, we're watching you, is going to create the illusion of mental illness. Okay, so if Sean Dinsey is following people, we're watching you and you do what I say, or I kill you, or incarcerate you for life, and then he says you suffer from mental illness, isn't that a self-fulfilling prophecy that Sean Dinsey is actually trying to create the appearance of mental illness for people he just doesn't like? Because let's be real, this isn't about any crime anyone's committed. It's about profiling and labeling. I don't like you, I'm following you. I don't trust you, I'm following you. You do what I tell you or I kill you. Oh, you suffer from paranoia and you don't talk or I kill you or we lock you in jail. Need I say more? That template right there has been done to me since 5 years old, all day and night, 24/7, but it's also being done to other people. So you should be very afraid for your lives with what the police and government are doing. Now remember, when I go to a psychologist, psychiatrist, they don't say this is wrong. They say you need to tell me why you're being hunted and killed, or we're going to hunt you and kill you, and you don't talk, or we're going to hunt you and kill you. Well, a psychologist isn't a police officer. So, isn't it interesting that the psychology community is enabling the police to hunt down and eradicate the imperfect? Okay. So now you sort of have to try to understand how these operations are working, because what we're seeing done to my life, there's billions of government dollars notifying the entire planet that I'm crazy for the things I'm starting to find out. Right? Okay. So that opens all sorts of doors to questions of if a police officer is hunting you down to have you killed with you're crazy, the first thing an honest psychologist or psychiatrist is going to say is the police are hunting this person down, trying to kill them, saying they're crazy, and that's unacceptable. So, why are groups of psychologists banding together to say I'm crazy, starting at 29 when I started to find out what was being done to my life? With endless lies, just like they did to Edward Snowden. He's a hacker, hacking people, trying to make them mentally ill. It jumps from one thing to the next. He's a pedophile. He's into kitty porn. He's a thief. He is a violent paranoid schizo that needs to be removed from society. At 14, he supposedly hit Josh Burnham in the head with a golf club. At 16, when my father and LAPD put bullet holes in my father's 300E Mercedes, they said that I did it on these frame jobs. Okay, going from thing to thing. Wouldn't an honest person, especially a psychiatrist or psychologist, say all of that is unacceptable? You know what you say? You say the guy is crazy. You say the guy has OCD. Right? So what? Do you understand what I'm saying? That person's crazy. That person has OCD. Have they done anything wrong? No. They've been a model citizen. They have been the best person known to man to everyone in their life. Let's say they have OCD. Plenty of people have OCD. They are not being hunted normally by the cops. People with real mental illness. There are tons of actors like Howie Mandel who have come forward on CNN saying, yes, I have OCD. The blonde girl, what was her name? I don't remember the blonde. There's a blonde actress. been in like every movie known to man, came on CNN. She says that she has OCD and she has to touch clothes or something like this over and over on CNN. Nobody's hunting her down saying, you suffer from OCD, we're going to hunt you and kill you and eradicate you. But yet, I'm actually being hunted by a group of police and FBI saying, we think you're crazy, so we're going to make it look like you've committed all these crimes so that you can have a good life in a jail cell or mental institution for not doing anything wrong based on empty labels. Do you understand what I'm saying? Empty labels that even if the labels were true, does not mean jack shit. It does not give the cops, Lorena Escobar, my father, the right to hunt me down and kill me, whether they're true or not. But my father's running around saying I'm a danger to myself or others because he is a sick, psychotic murderer who didn't get the child he wanted, who is mad at his child for building adult websites with models and porn stars, is mad at his child for getting into studio photography with women and creating artistic imagery. Do you really think this is about crazy or not crazy? Or do you think that this is about a man and a family that doesn't approve of a lifestyle? Do you understand? Kevin Perlman is associating with models and girls with tattoos and silicone tits, so therefore we're going to discredit him and remove him from society because he shares the same last name as Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman, Golden State Sports Medical, low-life murder trash, trying to pose as a good person, while making money, and then with his neurotic views thinking that if I go do studio photo shoots with women, it's somehow going to affect his orthopedic reputation. Kind of like the Paris Hilton who made a sex video and gave it to the world, and her family owns all the Hilton hotels. You know, went ape shit when they found out their daughter was becoming famous. We gotta wait for the sirens. Okay, so Paris Hilton's family went ape shit because they found out her daughter is into all this risque voyeurism and becomes famous from it. And so that's kind of a similar situation, except the Hilton family isn't trying to kill Paris Hilton. Do you understand? You do what we say, or we hunt you down and kill you, paying off the police, and to hunt you, stalk you, kill you, lock you in jail cells or mental institutions. So it's a completely different situation, and trust me when I say that when Paris Hilton is on my timeline on Facebook or Twitter, she's acting out in anger with little cryptic messages directed at me with worldwide support. I'm not trying to single out Paris Hilton, but I'm using her as an example that if anything, Paris Hilton and everyone else should relate to my situation, but everyone's taking turns on me in anger and rage. We're going to kill you, including Paris Hilton, with the little cryptic terror messages. The cryptic terror messages, and I don't know you, with everyone else on the planet, when in all reality, Paris Hilton should be saying, I understand where Kevin Perlman's coming from because my family doesn't like me because I'm different than them, right? But in my situation, because the world is being told every lie known to man, they're acting out in anger and rage directed at me and won't admit that they know me, with every cover-up lie from the government, turning people against me. Now, where does that come from? People like Lorena Escobar and Mike Huntley. Mike Huntley sent after me at 14 to have me killed, and Lorena Escobar sent after me, paid off by my father, at 16 to have me killed. Poisoning the well, poisoning the waters, right? You do what we say. You work the job that we say. You date the woman that we tell you. You have kids when we tell you. You marry when we tell you. Like they tried to force Adriana Olivares on me, or we kill you. Okay? That's kind of what's going on. And my father is flipping the bill for Lorena Escobar, but my father is also paying off people like Sean Dinsey to have me hunted and killed in the LAPD, and yet somehow this goes up the tree to the government, NSA, FBI, and worldwide support to have me killed, because this literally starts at 5 years old. With my father trying to show me movies to make it look like I conform to media for reasons I can't comprehend, to try to make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo and I'm a danger to myself and others, to remove me from society. Okay, so now we have the 2016 arrests, right? We have the 2016 arrests with Officer Sean Dinsey, with more fabricated bullshit. This time they have more government resources. You don't talk or we kill you. And now they're trying to flip the whole argument. Kevin's a crazy guy who believes in conspiracy theories. We're leaving out his entire life up until 29. He went to college. He left college with an education of electronic media, a combination of computer science and electronic media, a BFA in art for 3D animation and visual effects. We're leaving out his entire first 29 years of growing up, who he is, his education, everything he's done, everything he's accomplished, all of his interactions with people. We're leaving all of this out. We're leaving these arguments out intentionally, with every defense attorney that Kevin Perlman, up until the death threats at 29, was perfectly normal with everyone else. Focused on capitalism, making money, all his enterprises that I was working on, which weren't successful enterprises. They were all kind of in the works, but still showing that he's a guy that started a company for 6 years. He has an education. He's worked jobs at Universal Studios, modern video film and 3D animation, visual effects. We're leaving all this crap out. Kevin is just a violent, crazy murderer, paranoid schizo with conspiracy theories. The lawyers, each and every one worldwide, refuses to be honest and talk about my life, who I am, the situation. And then, once again, they're flipping back. This guy's crazy and he needs to go get therapy and help. Okay, well, you don't think the police working with Karine Eshigan to set me up and frame me, to try to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid, schizo, and crazy, with all her co-workers worldwide, why didn't they help me in the first place if this is about helping some guy that needs help? Right? I went to 24, and at that point I had been to about, before these arrests, before the 2016 arrest, let's say, I've been to 20 to 35 Okay, so I filled up an SD card. That's how fucked up the situation is. I filled up an SD card. Because there's just so much going on that you're just being hunted from all sides, and there's so many situations, and you're not allowed to tell anyone. But anyways, and then it's the fucked up, oh, you just happen to develop anxiety issues. Yeah, right, okay. So anyways, I'm going to try to smoke a cigar here and relax a little while I talk to you, and maybe slow it down a little, and it's Saturday night and whatever. I'm going out to Hollywood now, which is also another crime of mine, for going out to Hollywood, because maybe there's someone in Hollywood that knows me, so I'm stalking them. Because if you know who someone's name is, or someone knows you or something, and you're in the same continent, you're stalking them, and you're a murderer. I don't know, that's some of my family's thought processes that don't make any sense. But anyways, I was telling you that at this point, right around the time of the 2016-17 arrest with Sean Dinsey, Jensen's ex-partner, in his white supremacist Nazi tirade to silence me with the, you're imperfect and you might be crazy, so we're going to eradicate you and incarcerate you for life, or kill you. I probably had seen about 35 psychiatrists, psychologists up until this point, and realized that not one was going to help me, while the courtrooms are now changing their stories with the prosecution that I'm an uneducated, stinky man who's a bum, who has no education, and my entire life, and lived in a cave, and my entire life is about conspiracy theories and aliens. Right? Things like this. Their argument completely shifts, refusing to talk about my entire life growing up until 29, met with Mike Huntley's, we're using the system against you, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself, and I'm going to hunt you down and kill you with your father and police. Better. This is also a crime, right? It's doing something to the world. Okay, so, once again, they arrest me for more bullshit, fabricated charges, set up frame job operations, which have been going on all day and night, 24/7 for 40 years. This time, Sean Dinsey contacting Terrence Scroggins on Facebook, also working with Greg Koenig, his neighbor, to have me hunted and killed. With endless proof of what Greg Koenig was doing, but the police don't care because they're telling these people to hunt me and kill me. And the people are saying, okay, great, I'll go kill people because the police tell me to. Right? If that's not a criminal, I don't know what is. It's kind of like the movie The Purge, right? Okay, so where was I? So Dinsey contacts Terrence Scroggins. Even 2 days prior, I have conversations with Brian Ushar at Valley Motor Center, all the way down in Van Nuys. Sean Dinsey has a website, and he's hunting me down. So I know 2 days before these setup operations are going to occur. Why did my lawyer refuse to let me talk about flat-out testimony and witnesses of Brian Ushar, who could have flat out said, yeah, Dinsey's running around saying I'm going to hunt down and kill Kevin Perlman and everyone needs to help me? Why? Well, that's strange. Why would my lawyer not want that information coming into the courts, trying to pretend that it's inadmissible as evidence. If that's inadmissible as evidence, then saying anything is inadmissible as evidence. Now remember, this isn't one lawyer that's doing this. Every single lawyer I called was contacted by Detective Angela Stewart of the Topanga Division, telling lawyers worldwide, do not help Kevin Perlman have a fair defense and a truthful story. Or do whatever it takes so the truth doesn't come out. That's what I'm saying. Which is why it's so important that you need to order the court transcripts. Right? Everything you need to hear, even though I got convicted and the judge, Eric Harmon, is trying to cover up these illegal government murder operations, you need to order those court transcripts. Okay, get them out there. Get them to the news, get them to the world. Okay, no matter what happens to me, if they incarcerate me for life, if they blow my brains out, which Dinsey's been itching to do, for what I know, while he's tried to break in my house with his co-workers 3 times on video, get those court transcripts even if they kill me. Okay, that's my point. Okay, so, and that'll tell anyone anything they need to know. Okay, so, where was I? Some of the charges, Terrence Scroggins claims that I threatened his life and am a danger to him while he keeps running up to me, threatening my life, trying to extort money after me, blackmailing me, and I tell him to leave him alone. And I'm very aggressive, saying, stay the fuck away from me. I say, if you don't let me take my walk, I'll cut you down. Because the motherfucker keeps running up to me saying, this is my property and you need to leave and things like this. And he's supported by the LAPD, NSA, FBI. Now remember, in every place I've ever lived since a young child, I've told I have to leave. Why? What's the reasoning? I moved to Southern Oregon State College. I have to move, and I moved to Colorado, even though at the time I didn't realize I was being hunted by Kelly Hatch and the police to have me killed. I moved because I wanted to go to a bigger college. But instantly when I moved in on Arapahoe with Matt and Eric Feely, I was hunted by the FBI and feds. You have to move into Noah Schiller, a friend of my family's, right? And then I have to move from there, and 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 then I move back to California, and I have to move, and I have to move from here, and I have to move from there. Well, why the fuck do I have to keep moving? I haven't done anything wrong, right? Okay, so, because one day I didn't take a shower and my armpit smelled, is that why? Yeah, right? Doesn't make any sense. So I don't want to go. There's so much detail about this court trial and the things that were going on, and I don't want to be caught up in getting into that. But I just quickly want to talk about their fabricated charges and fabricated discovery with Dinsey fabricating everything in the discovery. And you've seen him on video now trying to break in my house. You've seen him on video with his buddies posing as FBI agents. Sean Dinsey and crew impersonating FBI agents. Okay? You've seen that on video now. It's up on my website. It's up on YouTube. It's up on WordPress. It's all over the world. Whether you want to view it or not, it's there. Okay, so I'll quickly read off their lies and bullshit. Or regurgitate. 422 criminal threat, which they're trying to hint about other things, which they're working these scams that a criminal threat is called a terrorist threat and trying to label me as a terrorist. Doesn't really make much sense. They're just scare, intimidation, thug tactics, and brainwashing tactics. A battery charge of Bailey Bernard, another skinhead working with Dincy, who was told to follow me home, assault battery me, throw his body up against mine while shoving a camera in my face, yelling at me. That's already assault. Follows me to my front gate, says you can't go into your gate, knocks the keys out of my hand. We get in a little grapple scuffle. It's not a big deal, but I call the police to document these constant attacks of people then turning them around and I did this to them. Of course, the police don't care anything about any aspect of the situation other than, did you touch Bailey Bernard? If you touched Bailey Bernard, you battered him, and therefore the rest of the story doesn't matter, right? Even though I have photos and evidence and recordings, they don't care. So that was the battery charge, and also Prosecutor Green T. Phillips, a ringer they brought in from Pasadena, associated with Tom Farley's operations of Tom Farley supposedly being a speed junkie who supposedly had to go into housing out there. I won't even, for 2 hit and runs, I won't even get into that right now. But them hiring Corrine T. Phillips from Pasadena kind of as a ringer to come in with these lies and scams, pretending she doesn't know me, changing her lifestyle to move to Woodland Hills on a personal vendetta, working with Tom Farley in cover-up operations. I won't even go down that road right now. And her trying to bring in incidences from 2011 where Starbucks and the police told a security guard, John Paul Naranjo, to attack me and hit me 7 times in the head in a row, trying to kill me, which they're desperately trying to cover up, which links straight to Starbucks Corporation, paying these people off to have me killed, to Topanga and Ventura Starbucks in cover-up operations for the 10-year prior attacks to have me killed with mass mobs. Corrine T. Phillips trying to sort of sneak that into irrelevant things which are totally inadmissible as evidence, but all the tons of video footage and endless attacks and endless direct things that relate to the incidences at the time, which are all they are all really admissible as evidence. I'm being told is inadmissible as evidence, and lied to by my own attorney and everyone in the judicial system working together. And it's again why you need to get those court transcripts. And the fact that Debbie Woolman, who has purchased the property adjoining my wall, works in courtroom 101, who has never lived in her apartment, is a court reporter in the Van Nuys Courthouse on Delano Street, and remember that my sister-in-law, Jen Pilchick, husband or father Jay Pilchick, is a court reporter, so you can make the connection from Jay Pilchick to this court reporter and my brother hunting me down, trying to have me killed. You can sort of see how these things are unraveling, right? Okay, so Bailey Bernard, assault batteries me. I call the cops. They reverse the charges onto me because they don't want me talking. And then the third charge is a public nuisance charge. We don't want you passing out cards to people. And so they're pulling these charges out their ass. They found some secret, unused law. Okay? They found a law that states, as a municipal code downtown LA, which states a person is not allowed to put a handbill on a vehicle. Right? I bet you didn't even know that law existed. Why would you not know that law exists? And remember, this is only for a small LA area. It doesn't apply to anywhere else. Just a small LA area. No putting a handbill on a car. Why? Or why don't you know about that? Why have you never heard about that? People pass out flyers all day. People make brochures all day. I have photographs of government employees putting signs, paperwork on cars, road construction next week. Right? Government employees putting paperwork on cars, construction work next week. Please don't park your car here. So, yet there's a law that states you're not allowed to put a piece of paper on a car in a small area. Well, that's like saying I keep arresting you for jaywalking. If someone keeps arresting someone for jaywalking with misdemeanors, they're not doing it because jaywalking is a danger and this and that. They're doing it because they don't like you or they don't want you talking. You understand what I'm saying? You don't talk or we rid you of the world. You don't talk or we keep arresting you. You don't talk because of this. You don't talk because of that. Hold on, I gotta get some go-go juice, as Paul Humphrey would call it. Probably some cryptic meaning, trying to accuse me of something. But anyways, I'm gonna fill up and then I'll be back. Okay, so where the hell was I? Got gas. I was talking about prosecutor, the corrupt murderer / thug Corinne T. Phillips, who goes after the week. I should mention this. During pre-trials, this is something the world needs to know. During pre-trials, Corinne T. Phillips, prosecutor, was given a 10 terabyte, maybe 8 terabyte hard drive. It's also in the transcripts. Hard drive of the mass murder operations on video and everything that was being done to me, all on video. Corinne T. Phillips, with knowledge and proof of me being hunted, in her hand, before trial, had the option to throw out trial with the judge, Eric Harmon, has the proof and evidence of the crimes against me, made a conscious decision with the proof and evidence of these mass murder operations against me to lie in court as a prosecutor with proof of what's been done currently, now, then, at the trial, right? She has proof of the 10 years of leading up to the mass attacks against me. She has proof of the current things that were being done to me while they arrested me. She has proof afterwards of these operations on a hard drive given to her. They did not throw the trial out, saying Kevin's innocent and this is a scam. They proceeded to try to cover up their mass murder operations against me. This is all on the transcript. That is also something that you need to kind of be aware of and look at. The Kareem T. Phillips prosecutor made a conscious decision to help hunt down and kill me for what I know and try to incarcerate me for life, which they're still trying to do. Holding the evidence in her hand of the crimes against me. Just remember that. Okay, so I think I listed the 3 charges. There were more charges, but they are identical charges. Like we have 2 incidences of you passing out cards. Okay? I mean, why do you care? Why do you care that I might hand someone or put a card on a car like you do flyers that says you have been told lies, and I wouldn't have to hand out these damn cards if I wasn't under 24/7 attack with worldwide groups saying you don't tell anyone or we kill you, right? Once again, you do not have the First Amendment freedom of speech. You are not, with Mike Huntley and my father, you are not allowed to defend yourself on any level, even talk to someone. Okay, so let's see. Those were the big fabricated charges to try to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizo, because the only way they can lock me away for life is to make me look violent. Crazy doesn't mean jack shit. Crazy doesn't mean shit. Mentally ill doesn't mean shit. The only thing that means shit is if you're a danger to yourself or others, and that's been my father's scam since 5 years old, trying to provoke me into reactions to use against me to exterminate me. Why? Well, the why seems to be that I like things he doesn't like, so I need to be hunted and killed. I built adult websites, I need to be hunted and killed. I got into studio photography with women, I need to be hunted and killed. I was a pool player, and he thinks that's shady because he watched the movie Color of Money, so I need to be hunted and killed. You get the idea. Okay, so it doesn't make much sense to perfectly sane people, but in a world of psychotic murderers that kill for no good reason, I was thinking about that sentence, no good reason. Well, there really is no good reason to kill someone, but the only reason is in self-defense if you have no choice and you want to stay breathing, but it's still not really a good reason, I bet, but it's a justifiable reason if your life's at stake and nobody's going to help you. But I'm not saying it's good, I'm just saying it's a situation you don't want to be in. But survival is survival, and we are all born with preservation of man, and we all will do anything to stay breathing if something bad is being done to us, and that is a human genetic trait, hence why worlds go to wars over things like Adolf Hitler killing people, because Jews and minorities want to stay breathing. They don't deserve to be killed. And I don't deserve to be killed. And that's the point. And people will probably try to use that statement against me, saying, oh, he said something like, it's okay to kill someone, taking things out of context, right? And I have an evil cigar. It keeps going out. Okay, so the conversation of what happened in the court, that's really for a different conversation, but you get the idea. I was arrested on fabricated charges with mass worldwide groups helping. In other words, I was always going to be in that courtroom. From 5 years old. So, honestly, with Judge Eric Harmon and his YouTubes, one person ruins life for 99% of communities, is not only a mobster view, it is a sick, demented, bullying, thugging view. I don't like that guy, and whatever. I don't like that girl. She's a porn star, so it's okay for 99% of us to get together and kill her, is Eric Harmon's view. What did she do? Well, she ruined it for 99% of the community because they don't like what she does for a living, right? That would be the analogy, right? Well, doesn't the Constitution of the United States of America say you can be as weird or different or creative and you are protected by the law? And if 99% of the people hunt you down and try to bash your skull in with crowbars, you didn't make them, they just don't accept you. But the law states that you have the right to be protected by the judicial system and Constitution from people raping you and killing you because they don't approve that you're a porn star, right? Well, that same analogy applies to me, that Kevin Perlman might be different or Kevin Perlman might be crazy, so we have the right to hunt him down and kill him. It's what Eric Harmon is really saying in his YouTubes, who is involved in a jury tampered jury, is involved, the entire jury said they didn't know me. Well, that's impossible. How does, if I'm 10 times more known than Donald Trump, how does the jury who's mimicking my Twitter conversations not know me? Right? Do you understand? That's impossible. How is all the lawyers mimicking my social network jokes and conversations? The lawyers in that courtroom, the bailiff in the courtroom, the clerks in the courtroom are all taking turns on me mimicking my conversations, but they don't know me. Bullshit. Right? You understand what I'm saying? And the prosecutor, Kareen T. Phillips, holding a hard drive of evidence which proves beyond any reasonable doubt what's going on, lies through her teeth, that I'm some conspiracy theorist and this and that. Right? Bullshit. Okay, so, why are they doing it? Well, it's about what I know. But think of the resources. Okay, so now they get their false convictions on these misdemeanors. Remember, a misdemeanor is not a felony. A misdemeanor is you're still allowed to vote and you still have your rights. Okay? They're small things. So, once they get their convictions, Eric Harmon, for some reason, and a whole bunch of setup and frame job things were going on during these processes as well. I'm not going to get into them, but Eric Harmon gets these bullshit jury tampered convictions on all the charges, and then normally they would say you're going to jail and this is when you go to jail and this and that. Or actually, wait, hold on. Let me back up. These are misdemeanors. So while there could be some jail time on misdemeanors, normally it's rare, and normally you get fairly large fines as punishment, but you could go to jail for short periods of time or this or that, right? Well, and these trivial misdemeanors, which are all fabricated, and now you understand why they're being fabricated this way to try to make it look like I'm a violent 5150 paranoid schizo. Eric Harmon says, I'm going to remand Kevin for 5 days to go to jail while I figure out sentencing, as if I'm a violent, dangerous person, but yet I've been in the courtroom for a year and a half, showing up on court days I didn't have to show up to, while the entire people in the judicial system are constantly provoking me, and they did not get one violent reaction. Nothing. Not even close. Eric Harmon, according to the bailiff who arrests me instantly after the convictions, doesn't say you're going to jail on this date or this or that, right? Says that he wrote on a piece of paper that I tried to cut myself in the courtroom. Well, I cannot tell you if that is true. I can tell you that I was not provided this paperwork. Afterwards, it was thrown away by the bailiff, right? Now, at this point, they take me to IRC Central down in LA, but then they do a sort of lateral move to secretly bring me to Pitch's Wayside maximum security prison off record in the maximum security side with all the hardcore criminals. Now, I'm still trying to work on getting paperwork. I had paperwork, but ironically, at the last minute, I guess I was pretty exhausted, and I left it in one of the little holding rooms or something on accident, and I had it for 11 days, even throughout putting me in the hole for 8 days and things like that. I had this paperwork the whole time, and I lost it at the last minute, which sucks. But I'm sure there's still a way to get these orders, these moving orders, from the right people, which they're going to not want me to get. But I can guarantee that I can tell you all about Pitch's Wayside visually, and that alone will prove that I was there. The first thing you might ask yourself is why is a guy with misdemeanor charges being put in prison and not jail? In Pitch's Wayside, with the top core like murderers and gang member murderers and this and that, right? Think about that. Why is that happening? Well, they're thug tactics. They're you don't talk. Maybe it's you don't talk or this is what's going to happen to you, right? They're messages. They're threat messages. With the judicial system telling me and telling my lawyer Seymour Amster that they want to incarcerate me for life. Well, what is it I've done? Well, they're going to try to come up with cover-up reasons, but there's not going to be an initial reason. There's not going to be a you did something so horrific, and that's where worldwide support. There's worldwide support to kill you. They're going to make up lies that I'm a public nuisance and doing all these horrible things, which aren't true. Okay, so to cover up the mass murder operations with 1 person ruins it for 99% of the world. Bullshit. 99% of the world gets together and they do horrible things to one person, and that leads to really bad situations. And if someone good is involved with 99% of the world trying to kill them, that's not fair to that one person. Okay, so, and that's the same type of person that says it's okay to thug and bully people in mass groups. Gang stalking, right? It's okay because we're bigger than you, so we can all get together and beat the shit out of you every day. Right? You ruined our lives because we don't like your Izod shirt or something. I don't know. Right? Okay, so, they get their fabricated bullshit charges, and then it's this. Remember, my attorney actually intentionally lost the case because they wanted to force me into therapy. Now wait, but I went to therapy and they refused to help me, so why do you want to force me into a group of people that have done this to my life, who refuse to be honest about the situation with the judicial system all working together? Right? Think about that. Okay, so now we're back to the therapy part. I went to therapists, they don't want me talking, and they're going to hunt me down and kill me. I'm arrested with, thrown in maximum security with corrupt murderer Kareen T. Phillips, who involved in hunting down and killing people they label crazy because they don't want them. They want to control their lives and dictate their lives for no reason. and she's working with Kareen Eshigan, who sort of is working with Dincy and LAPD, Lorraine Escobar, and my father to lock me away with these threats. I do what they say or they're going to kill me, and just like Janet Nordet, and my father's ex-wife, and now we're back to therapy. Okay, so now at this point, I have court-ordered therapy, as if that's going to change the equation. It's not. It's not going to cure me, because there's no mental illness. There's no problem. I'm not the problem. So we're playing that bullshit game. Now at this point, I'm forced to literally contact thousands of therapists. None of them want to help me. Why? Why don't any of these therapists want to help me? Because I'm a violent paranoid schizo who's 5150? Yeah, right. Bullshit. Why don't they want to help me? Because I know too much. Because they don't want to have to address important issues. They don't want me talking about their coworkers. They don't want me saying I'm not crazy. They don't want me saying I'm not mentally ill. They want what they want, and they're going to do whatever it takes to get what they want. Why? Well, it's got a link high up in the chain of command, right? Okay, so the chain of conspiracy command, I should say. So, sorry, gathering thoughts because there's so many. At first, they were trying to get me to sign HIPAA agreements, releasing information to my lawyer, and all sorts of freaky things like this. Why? I'm supposed to be protected in private environments. Why does my lawyer need to know the detailed conversations from murdering psychologists and psychiatrists when he can just ask me? Right? You think that just because this piece of shit has a psychology degree that they're so important that anything they say is gold? Bullshit. I don't care what uniform you're wearing. That doesn't mean you're an honest person. The only truth is going to come from me. It's not going to come from some piece of shit that says, Kevin told me this and I don't believe him, so he's a bad person. The only thing the truth was going to come from the person, not anyone else. So, unless they're a witness or something, right? So the rest is all hearsay. Anyone can say anything. My mom can say I hit Josh Burnham with a golf club, and she did say that at 14, right? Okay. My dad can say I tried to kill her, scare him with a bullet hole, and he did go out with Sean Dincy, or the Sean Dincy crew and LAPD paying him off to put bullet holes in his car, right? Anyone can say anything. So, what makes some therapist an honest person? Just because you're a therapist doesn't mean you're an honest person. You're endangering people's lives if you're a therapist disseminating information. So, that's the point, is Kareen Eshigan not wanting me to talk about my father shocking his dogs and then trying to shock me and shit like this in learning lessons that you do what I say or I keep shocking you until your nervous system gives out, is very relevant. And when she started hearing these things, she sure as shit didn't want me with the police talking. Now, these are serious questions that you need to ask. If you're a kid and you're born and your father is basically mentally trying to shock you to death with the LAPD and worldwide police government resources, like mental shocks, not literal shocks, but constant provokings from person after person that would be equivalent to like a shock until you're dead and gone, or something really bad happens to you, is the end-all be-all of child abuse known to man. It's unprecedented child abuse. It's unheard of torture operations with the psychology community. Okay, so talking about the dynamics of that, well, I'm not allowed to understand any of this, but I can assure you it's not justified. Okay, so where the hell am I? So now I go through therapist after therapist, each and every one working an angle with the judicial system. How can I use your information against you? Or back to the package, I don't feel qualified to let you talk about your life. You have to go to a psychiatrist and be dosed on medication. Well, why do I have to be dosed on medication? I don't need to take medication. I don't suffer from mental illness. And I've never heard of someone mentally ill being forced to take medication. So, why do I have to take medication? Well, because we can turn you into a drooling zombie who doesn't say anything, right? And I learned the hard way before all this, that they were going to dose me up, especially Dr. Alex Lazar, on like 5 medications at once until I was pretty much dead and gone, trying to make it look like I just OD'd or something, and to try to silence me and turn me into a drooling idiot, right? Sleep 20 hours a day, don't say a word, don't leave your house, just sit there, rot, and die. Okay, so you kind of understand what's going on from that standpoint. Okay, so I just dropped some information off to a CBS person, which was mad at me. He was a black guy. Oh, we need our lights. Oh. Okay, so I dropped some information off to CBS out here in Hollywood. The first thing he said was boss, kind of angry and alluding to the Lorraine Escobar. I'm supposedly trying to take over Golden State Sports Medical. Bullshit, because they're trying to cover up their murder operations, trying to say I'm doing all these horrible things. Now remember, he's black, and originally my family was telling the world I was a white supremacist after kissing the black girl in 8th grade, right? Why? Well, it's all about poisoning the well and dictating a life or they kill me, right? Okay, so he's calling me boss, he's angry at me. He's just been given flat out proof and evidence of mass crimes against me starting at 5 years old, and the break-ins by Sean Dinsey and those working with him on 5 break-in attempts by the LAPD in my house and one by my father, trying to either plant evidence or plant things on me and or get the incriminating evidence that I have showing these murder operations and some of these recent things, and Dinsey popping his head out of the snake hole in fear that the truth could come out because he's a psychotic murderer, right? You get the idea, and a 40-year murder operation. So obviously this CBS guy, with everyone in the world, is mad at me, calling me boss, trying to hint innuendos. But if he's a good, decent, fair, and balanced news person, they're going to look at the data and they're going to use the data, right? If you say you're a good person, you're not going to throw that judgment without looking at fact. Okay? Facts are facts. Hearsay is hearsay. If I have proof of the truth, there's no reason you're going to look to disregard the truth unless you're a murderer. And I'm not labeling the guy, but what I am saying is it's obviously that he, like the rest of the world, has been approached with the lies, disinformation to try to silence me, just like they tried to do to Edward Snowden, calling me boss. Whatever exactly he means by that, because they do it in repetition. They're alluding to either slave owners or most likely Lorena Escobar's. Kevin's trying to take over the company and he thinks he's the boss bullshit, right? Playing this brainwashing game. Now, if he's a good, decent person, and he's black. So if he's black, he should understand things about slavery and past history instead of coming down on me angry. He should say, I'm going to see what's here before I make that judgment, because then he's doing the same thing that a slave owner would do, right? Well, if you're coming from a culture that has been slaves, then you really should be looking at both sides of the story. Especially if this is all about because I kissed a black girl. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so, where the hell was I? Therapy. The newer therapist I was contacting, thousands. So me contacting therapists is kind of like me dating, okay? Think of this analogy. I contact one, I'm not going to help you. And then they start contacting other therapists saying, don't help Kevin Perlin. And then I go through a few days of calls or whatever, and you get tired, so then you start sort of batching them out a little more, right? Now I'm sort of messaging 10 at a time with a packaged whatever, like I'll cut and paste the same text into a website and submit, I'm looking for a therapist, like 10 in a row, right? And wait for the calls. And then they won't want to help you, and then because you're being micromanaged on a minute level with NSA operations, if you fart wrong in your house, the therapist won't help you, right? Does that make sense? Well, if your life is on that level of a macro lens, or looking at someone's life through a magnifying glass, if your life is like looking through someone at a magnifying glass, every fart and hiccup is going to be upsetting to them, right? And that is a fucked up level of seeing things. But that is my family with their government NSA resources. So you fart wrong, you committed a crime. Okay, so now all the therapists know that you've literally, listen to this guy behind me. So anyways, now all the therapists are saying, well, Kevin's crazy because he's submitting 10 mailers. Oh, he's an Uber driver. 10 postal Uber driver. Okay, so now the therapists are going, well, Kevin's submitting 10 emails at a time to therapists of information they should not know, right? That's the point, because they're impeding on my privacy. So they say, well, we're not going to help you because 10 therapists and we're all communicating together all across the country. We're not going to help you. Well, wait, how would you know? And this person in Arizona and this person in Colorado know that I sent out 10 of the identical, I'm looking for a therapist to help you, right? Think about that. Okay, so now they're going to say Kevin's sending us spam, and which is not spam, and we're not going to help him because he's a horrible murderer and just committed a spam crime. Okay, wait. Well, that's not a spam crime. And by the way, there really is no such thing as a spam crime. That's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but you get the idea, right? Okay, spam is a crime like jaywalking is a crime, right? People don't like it, and one of the tactics was this lame spam tactic used on me years ago, which is also a thing that it's like farting or hiccuping wrong. When I was running a business, we were doing bulk emails with opt-out lists, And if you want to sit there and try to, you once in a while you sent out 5,000 emails on an opt-out list and this and that. You're really digging for something to use against someone that nobody gives a shit. That's the type of thing I'm talking about. There's no crime there. There's no worldwide campaign to kill you for the spam crime of using bulk email systems. Some people don't like it. There's spam filters, this and that, whatever. Mark Zuckerberg did the same type of thing in college, and nobody's hunting down the guy with worldwide support trying to kill him, right? Okay, so you sent out 10 identical letters to therapists, and now they won't help you because you committed the spam crime of trying to get help by multiple people, right? Doesn't make any sense. Think about that. How would they know that you sent out 10 different emails to different therapists unless something demented is going on with the psychology and police and government on your computer? The same thing that's always been going on since 1994. Okay, so they won't help you. So the next day maybe you send out 15. Then maybe the next day you send out 20. The court has ordered that you need a therapist, right? So you're desperately trying to get a therapist to simply talk to. It's not a big deal, right? I'm just going to go to some fucking moron therapist that thinks they're important. And I'm not trying to generalize here. I'm just being sarcastic. And all they have to do is take your fucking money and go, like the movie There's Something About Mary. Oh, did you say something? Give me my money. Right? That's fucking it. But they won't. Why won't they? What is the reasoning? Why the simple, insignificant task of like asking out a girl cannot happen? There's got to be a reason. Okay, so it's starting to rain. I'm in Hollywood. It's starting to rain. Okay, so what is the reasoning? The reasoning is they don't want anything truthful coming out. Okay, so now we literally go through like thousands of therapists to get court-ordered therapy, right? Literally thousands. I have paperwork of trying to contact thousands of therapists to simply go see a stupid therapist for an hour a week. But it can't happen. Why? Because I'm like Kevin in the movie Split? Yeah, right, sure. Okay, so it's got to be about something, right? But at the same time, think about the setup operations. You keep going to people for help. They say we're not going to go help you. You go to more people for help because you have no choice. Then they go, this guy's crazy because he keeps contacting therapists for help on information they shouldn't know about. Right? Do you understand what I'm saying? And you can apply that to my dating life, which never happened. Because the same type of algorithm, so to speak, with human manipulation and government manipulation was occurring. Does that make sense? Hey, this girl's cute. Maybe I'll talk to her. Oh, he talked to 2 girls in 1 month, so therefore every girl in the country is notified, don't talk to Kevin. Now Kevin keeps talking to women, trying to meet and date women, and every girl, because the well is poisoned by illegal operations, you go from person to person. Does that make sense? Then it's you're a robot, and you're not allowed to meet people because you're lonely. Well, yeah, isn't human genetics based on people constantly going out on dates and meeting people until they find the right one? Most people I know aren't told you date Adriana Olivares and you have no choice, we'll hunt you and kill you. Okay? Do you understand where I'm coming from on this? These operations are all sort of staged and set, and disinformation is given to the world, and lie after lie is created to sabotage in the name of control, but the control is impossible because they keep ratcheting down more and more until you break and die, and they know exactly what they're doing. And then they have the cover-up arguments that this guy's crazy, suffers from OCD, and is abusing women because he talked to 2 different girls in 1 month. 1 girl's in Arizona and 1 girl's in Florida. Well, how the fuck would they know, right? That's kind of an example. Okay, so while everyone else is going out and fuck fest and nobody gives a flying fuck. That's my point. Okay, so eventually after all this I find a therapist, and after a couple of sessions and them not being able to control the dialogue of the conversations, people show up working with the therapist with death threats. What was the first? Oh, the first death threat was a Sean Dinsey skinhead on video. You're a snitch, you're dead. Okay? Well, snitch of what? Right? I'm not part of a drug dealer crew or anything. I'm not part of Pablo Escobar cartel here. I turned 29, found out there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, and went to the cops. And the cops basically said, you don't talk or we kill you. So what am I a snitch or whistleblower of? Well, I'm a snitch of a whistleblower of not wanting to be hunted and killed by mass mobs, and that's really not the definition of snitch. Do you know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense. Now, but why is the guy saying you're a snitch or you're dead, a guy who has physically assault and battered me and attacked me with a police-trained canine? Okay? Oh, it's really starting to rain. And once again, I said rain, so according to my family, the word rain is some kind of crime, and I've just committed another crime by saying it's raining. Okay, and I like rainy weather. So there's two crimes. That doesn't really make much sense, but that's where I'm coming from. Okay, so now, we finally find a therapist after thousands of therapists, and we're getting death threats for going to therapists and telling them what they don't want to hear, which is the truth. Well, why? Why is the therapist on the side of killing people? If I wake up one day and Sean Dinsey pulls out a gun, breaks onto my property, pulls out a gun and starts shooting at me, and I go to a therapist, why would the therapist say, I don't want to know that, you better not tell anyone that? Shouldn't the therapist go to the police or contact whoever needs to be contacted and saying, my client's life is in danger, not you don't talk or we kill you? So the guy who has previously attacked me with a police-trained canine, all recorded and on video, which the Topanga LAPD says didn't happen even though they have video of it happening, is beyond any level of strange, and they're trying to sort of cover it up like, oh, he's a crazy man and a public nuisance, so he doesn't have the right to live. But doesn't the Constitution of the United States that says everyone has the right to breathe, whether they're crazy or not? Right? Do you understand my point? And then maybe my dad will say they're just teasing me. Yeah, well, I don't know someone that is met with 100,000 to 1 million teases per day. Their nervous system gives out and they die and are told they're imagining it. That's not a tease. That's like me bashing your skull in 1,000 times a day with a crowbar every day of your life until you're dead and gone, and it's just a crowbar tease, right? Okay? Disinformation, brainwashing to make you think that us killing you is okay because you're too sensitive. Things like that, right? Okay, so once again, I don't want to see this piece of trash. Back to the drawing board. Okay, now they're all notified of lies. Kevin's this, Kevin's that, blah, blah, blah. So we go back to, I have to submit 100 million submissions to try to get a simple therapist with their cover-up lies. Now think of that with women in dating too, growing up. And at 29, my family's saying Kevin's a sociopath and a psychotic because he's single. Covering it up. Okay, so and then it switches to I only date models and porn stars. It just keeps changing. But once again, how's this information getting out worldwide? Nobody wants to address that issue on these government-built propaganda murder networks. Okay, like when you go into a bar, you don't ask out one girl, you might flirt with multiple girls until one says yes, right? Well, in Kevin Perlman's life, if you talk to one girl, she says, I'm not interested, and then maybe an hour later you talk to another girl in a bar. The women with the government, my family, will say, you suffer from OCD, you demand perfection, and you're abusing the other girl because the girl that said no, you moved on. So now you're abusing the other girl. Doesn't make any sense, but that's the types of things that are being done. You get the idea. Okay, so now finally finding the second therapist, Christina Vescovo in Westlake, same things. You're too sensitive, so what? You're being provoked every few seconds by stranger after stranger. Toughen up and go out and be a man and live your life. Well, you can't live your life because you're being attacked by every person known to man in angry rage about something, and you're told you're not allowed to tell your side of the story. So how do you go out and live your life and make money and have friends, relationships, families if you want it, anything? You can't, because they won't be honest about the situation, and they're trying to control every aspect of everything. You do what we say or we kill you. Okay? So you can't. And these are the issues that people need to talk about. Not, you do what we say and you're crazy, or you're crazy. Okay, so finally, maybe you find a third one. And I did, and once again, a guy shows up at a Starbucks in Thousand Oaks. Actually, this was with Christina Vescovo. Guy follows me to Starbucks in Thousand Oaks saying, you don't talk. Trying to look all threatening, which didn't scare me. Alluding to my brother's road rage shit. And really his, you don't talk. And I said, about what? And he wouldn't answer the question. Really trying to say, you don't talk or we kill you. But the words, or we kill you, didn't come out. But he did, however, say, you don't talk. Okay, so these are random strangers all over the world threatening my life. And that guy hints about a month prior situation at a Starbucks in Oxnard in Woodland Hills where a girl hit me because she didn't want to talk about Dincy hunting me down trying to kill me. Well, isn't that strange? A girl is taking the side of murdering cops who just randomly hunt down and kill the imperfect, with Starbucks Corporation paid off. Okay, so anyways, you get the idea. So here we are, court-ordered therapy with therapists that don't want me to talk and won't refuse to be honest about the situation. Obviously links up to something in the psychology community with the judicial system on government kill operations. Why do I say government kill operations? Well, if I'm 5 years old and my father starts showing me movies like Wizards and trying to make me look crazy, and this goes to my brother then told to start showing me B horror movies over and over, and then worldwide groups saying, we're going to hunt you and kill you because when you were 16, you watched horror movies with your brother and his friends, but they're not mad at my brother for watching horror movies. And I've never heard of the you watched a horror movie crime. Have you? There's something going on that they're trying to make me look crazy to off me, right? Because no matter how much therapy, no matter how many people I talk to, no matter how many meds I take, larger and larger worldwide groups keep following me around. We're going to take turns on you in an angry rage until you're dead and gone. But we won't address the issue that everything that's going on now and since 5 years old on a day-to-day basis is beyond any level of wrong. Why can't they say, this is unacceptable? Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's say every couple of minutes, stranger after stranger teases you to death worldwide, right? Why can't they say that's unacceptable? Whether it's a tease or not, that's unacceptable. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? And why can't they admit that every person I'm in contact with worldwide knows me? Because if they can't admit that, then they got something to hide. Right? Do you understand? So the brainwashing is like, we're going to kill you and tell you that you're too sensitive and keep doing these little passive aggressive things every few minutes of your life from stranger to stranger worldwide until your nervous system gives out and you die and you're a joke and we're laughing at you because you're not a man, because you can't take a simple 100,000 to 1 million teases per day every day of your life until you die. Right? Think about that. Think about the well-crafted, well-oiled, crafted operation from every psychiatrist in the world, every lawyer in the world, every person in the world, every police officer in the world. What is the motive? What is the reasoning? Well, the first question you always have to come back to is, how do all these people know me worldwide? Because that in itself is highly illegal. It's not done. We're all watching you worldwide because you're weird, but we won't admit it. Not one person. Okay, let's say I'm weird. Let's talk about the weird argument. There used to be a guy in Venice Beach, and he used to play the guitar with a turban. I think he played Jimi Hendrix, and he was on roller skates, and like every day he would roller skate up and down Venice Beach with a guitar on roller skates. Okay? Does that fit the weird criteria? Of course. But it also fits the unique and different and original category, right? Now, is this guy being hunted by the police, NSA, FBI, saying, why do you keep roller skating, playing on the guitar on Venice Beach? Of course not. He's not being hunted by the NSA, FBI, saying you're crazy, you need to die or be incarcerated for life. Okay? So why, if that guy flies in a plane to Florida, people say that people will walk up to him and they'll say, you're the guy. Sorry, I'm getting kind of tired from talking. They'll say, you're the Venice... Okay, if this Venice Beach roller skater hops on a plane and flies to Florida, people aren't going to sit there and hint and grunt and try to torture him to death with these covert passive-aggressive tease operations. They're going to say, you're the guy I saw in that movie on roller skates who plays a guitar. They're going to walk up to him and say that, right? They're not going to walk up to him with these weird cryptic messages, I know you and I don't know you, and you're imagining it and I'm sending you hidden messages to tease him to death or whatever, or communicate with some weird, freaky alien grunt language, right? They're going to walk up and they're going to say, you're the guy I saw in a movie on your roller skates in Venice Beach. And it's a done deal. And the guy's going to go, yeah. And some people will go, that's weird, that's crazy. I saw you in that movie, but that's weird. Why do you do that? And some people might say, give me your autograph, right? But nobody's going to sit there, I know you, but I don't know you, while every person he's in contact with grunts with little worldwide cryptic messages. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to admit that they know who he is. Okay, so my point is that what's being done to me has never occurred. It was designed as a package, psychological warfare operation. That's my point. These things aren't done. They're unheard of. They're unprecedented. It's not one person, it's worldwide conspiracies, almost one sequentially after the next. So here we have two police officers that just One is leaving the Starbucks here, who was waiting for me at the 7-Eleven here. I kind of sort of got him on video. I just drove by the 7-Eleven. He followed me to the 7-Eleven where people show up and attacking me. A police officer just followed me there, with the second one waiting, driving through the 7-Eleven lot. And so and this time on the 7-Eleven lot, this camera won't focus with the raindrops. This time on the 7-Eleven lot, they didn't have all the cars cryptically provoking me there, so I'll be honest about that one. I'm always pretty honest, but I'm just trying to make a point of the situation. Okay, so where the hell was I? My point is that just because someone's weird, people don't all get together and hunt them down and kill them. That's unheard of. Generally, people might not understand them and they kind of go their own way. But if someone thinks someone weird, generally the majority of the people either stay away if they think they're that weird, or the people that, but there's still a large majority of people that go, oh, you're that person, and blah, 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 and they talk about it, right? Well, in my life, it's all or none. It's this way or that way. I'm known worldwide, but I'm told I'm imagining it from almost every person on the planet. And if I start telling them about my life, they get mad and they threaten my life. You don't talk or we kill you. Right? Do you understand? It doesn't really make much sense, and so these are government operations and cover-up operations that start at 5 years old. Now I'm completely exhausted from talking on camera, so I will end this video blog at that. It's taken me across a month to sort of get the psychology community blog done, but this is a very important blog entry, and I'm sort of after this going to skip back to childhood. And remember, my other blogs don't really get past 16 years old, and things get a lot worse as I go to college for Southern Oregon State, University of Colorado, and then move back to California. So, but I want you to understand sort of the present, and then I want to go back to the foundation of how these things start and escalate, of things being done to me, so that when I get to the present moments or the last 10 years, you can sort of understand, wait, this guy didn't flip out at 29. He started realizing what the hell's going on, met with you don't talk or we kill you. So I'll leave it at that. It is February 10th, 2019. I will be 47 on the 19th, which is kind of depressing, knowing that you're 47, live in complete isolation because of these psychotic murder operations with your family and government. You've done nothing wrong, but find out that you've really lived in isolation your entire life, even though I was social and had friends growing up. They weren't my friends. They were my frenemies. They were contacted. They were contacted with ulterior motives to do horrific, unspeakable things to me, which were not teasing, and government operations with the psychology community. And it's kind of depressing to be 47, knowing that my life ended at 29, and all the things I worked for up until 29 were all boat anchored and sabotaged. And all the things I worked for after that were also boat anchored and sabotaged. Whether it be dating attempts, relationship attempts, work attempts, hobby attempts, you name it. is very depressing for me. And when I say depressing, my family will now say he suffers from depression as a label. I'm not saying I suffer from depression. What I'm saying is it's depressing to know that this is my life, but I want you to understand the honesty, the fact that I'm going to be 19, alone in isolation, or on the 19th, I'm going to be 47, alone in isolation, once again, with a worldwide campaign to kill me, and nobody actually sitting there saying, we're all here for you, and this is unacceptable, what's been done to your life, and we're with you in direct, normal conversations, whether they're my friend, whether they're some random person who knows me, sitting there going, we're here for you, we're not dating and we're not in a relationship and we're not friends, but we're kind of here for you on your side in a verbal direct message. You know what I'm saying? And that's normally how people react. They don't sit there and go, because you talk to someone, you think you're dating and you need to be silenced, and lonely people don't have the right to exist, or weird freaky sayings like this, right? The lonely crying type of weird thing, right? Okay, so anyways, I'm going to leave it at that, but this is kind of a very important blog entry.